Hey everyone, Prophet here. Today we're going to be discussing the ongoing saga between Phil Burnell and Rich Marchucci. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly, Rich. Basically, we're going to go over the shit that's been going down here the last couple weeks in regards to Rich trying to get Phil to come on his podcast and do an interview. Also offering Phil a brand new, or not brand new PC, but a PC that Rich had built prior, poorly built, I should say, and Phil turning it down over his ego, being hurt by Rich mentioning it to his fans that he had offered Phil a PC. Now, on today's Level 1 Goutcast, Phil really fucking went off the rails, attacking everyone. Not just Rich, but PewDiePie, Keemstar, various other content creators. Phil basically lost his mind because Phil's probably finally seen the light that he is failing as a content creator. He has no room for error anymore. I think the leaks of him playing fucking WWE Champions during his daily rap really affected his bottom line and really fucked with his head that he got caught. Now, in no way is Rich any better than Phil. Rich, we'll go over just a brief history of Rich here before we start. Maybe a brief history of Phil. If anybody's tuning in, they don't know who Rich or Phil are. Rich has pulled some of the similar scams as Phil. Basically, Patreon scams, begging for money, promising shit that he just is not going to deliver on. And both Rich and Phil are disgusting human beings. Let's just put it that way, right? Now, what we're going to do is we'll do a brief history on Rich, we'll do a brief history on Phil, and then we'll look at Rich's video that he did previously, and then we'll look at Phil's video that he did previously. Now, with that being said, this is going to be a long video. Like, not Steve of the Dead long, although that would be cool. But it's just going to be like a talking head video. You don't need to watch anything that's going on. Just listen to the sound of the rain in the background. Chill, laugh along with us as we go through a brief history of Rich and Phil, and then we'll get into those videos. So to start things off, this Rich Marchucci, born on... Oh, Rich, when's your birthday? Rich was born July 15th, 1981, so he's a year older than Phil. He was also born in Bridgeport, Connecticut. So, somebody sound off in chat. Do like a lot of con men, scam artists come out of Bridgeport, Connecticut? Like, is this a thing? Because this is like the third or fourth LOLCOW now out of Bridgeport, Connecticut that basically just scams and hustles for cash on YouTube. So if anybody wants to tell me, it's like there's something in the water there that causes this to happen, because I have no idea. Now, Rich basically started his YouTube career in 2008. Basically around the same time as Phil. And Rich has made a way more successful career out of YouTube than Phil has, because Rich has really changed his content over the years. Now, when Rich first started with Review Tech USA, it wasn't called Review Tech USA. Okay, it was called, what was it? There's something named after his father, from what I remember. And basically, because Rich's father was an electrician or an engineer, electrical engineer, it's what got Rich into tech. But Rich really isn't good with tech. There is a video, and I'm not going to bring it up here because it's going to take too long to explain and go through. When Rich was first building his PC, his dad was there, and his dad was pointing out everything that he was doing wrong. So over the years, like, Rich has lost his sponsors. He no longer reviews tech or games because those companies don't want to have anything to do with them. Because Rich, again, like, Phil is correct when he's like kissing plastic roosters or sucking on cucumbers and shit like that. Do you really want to have your company associated with a disgusting individual like that? No, you don't. So pretty much Rich has gone the way of the drama route. Now remember, Phil stated he was never going to do the drama content, right? But in reality, all Phil does is drama content. Like, that is all that ever happens on Phil's stream. And that's what drives people to Phil's streams. he is a drama magnet because Phil's an idiot, right? Phil, all he does is he begs for money, scams his viewers, and that's it, while harassing game developers, content creators, you name it. Now, when Phil does it, it's not considered harassment. Rich sees it the same way. Rich is allowed to talk about anybody he wants, do whatever he wants, scam whoever he wants. But if anybody were to attack Rich, he will content strike him, and he'll accuse him of harassment or whatnot. So these two idiots are cut from the same cloth, basically. Now, in the past, Rich has done a lot of the same scams that Phil has done. Let it be scamming people on Patreon for a camera and then never delivering, and then being asked to refund the money and then turning into an argument. But Rich supposedly has returned that money. There's no evidence of it, and this is all just from me doing my research and stuff like that over the years with Rich. I can't say that it's fact that he did or didn't return the money, but it's some pretty serious shit. Now, he's also done scams, like basically going off the backs of friends and family, just like Phil, right? Like Rich, he got involved with a woman doing the Red podcast, from what I remember, and that ended up basically causing issues between the two. You also have the stuff that went on with Keemstar, that Keemstar got him to actually show his content strikes that he would do. And it was all basically just anybody that reported on Rich's bullshit, like the scams that he was doing and the cons and the begging and stuff like that, Rich would immediately false flag it to try to get it taken down. Right? Now, who does that sound like to you, right? Like, even though Phil doesn't false flag, he does have Superhound doing it for him. There's other sociopaths like OIC who will dox moderators and people in Phil's chat, as well as attempt to do it to detractors, right? Now, Rich has done that too. Now, there are some differences between Rich and Phil. Rich has basically, like, some of the troll stuff that's been done to Rich is probably a lot more serious than was done to Phil. Like, in 2006, Rich was stalked by an individual, a married individual. The guy would call Rich up to 20 times a day, and it turns out that the guy was a patient at a psychiatrist's office that Rich was working at, supposedly. And due to, like, doctor-patient confidentiality, nothing could basically be said about it. But it was later found out, everything was discovered, that this guy was stalking Rich, calling him 20 times a day, wanting him to go for coffee and shit like that for him, etc., etc. But again, like, has anybody ever done anything like that to Phil? No. Like, Phil has doxed himself over the years, yes. Like, registering Burnell Productions as a public entity, and then, of course, that doxes his address, that doxes his phone number, because it was all publicly available. Now, Phil thinks people hacked this and did the illegal shit to get that. No, Phil, you did that to yourself, okay? It's very easy to find online, if you know where to look. And Rich, kind of the same thing, right? Like, Rich is a moron, just like Phil. They're both going to do illegal and shady shit to make a buck. So don't kid yourself. Rich is no saint in this whatsoever, but he's maybe just a tiny bit better than Phil. Like, Rich is a family man. He has a son, a 6-year-old son. Congrats, Rich. Whereas Phil doesn't really have a family, right? And we'll get into that later on in the video when we discuss Cat, because that comes into play here. Phil doesn't have a family, right? He's got a cat and he's got a roommate, and that is it. He's conned his parents, etc., and everything like that over the years, so fuck it, right? Like, that's just Phil. So we'll end that on a note with Rich, and we'll just discuss Phil. Phil, of course, born April 6, 1982, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Phil is a con man, scam artist, YouTube content creator who has basically conned his family, conned his friends, screwed them over, pulled multiple scams on Patreon, pulled multiple scams on YouTube, Twitch, etc., etc. And basically, Phil considers himself an interactive content creator. He is not an interactive content creator because that would actually have to contain interaction. And Phil doesn't do that. Phil doesn't want to interact with his audience unless they're giving him money or they're talking about him or the game. He will not discuss things like music, movies, TV shows, or anything like that that may derail his stream. You have to talk about Phil. And we'll get into that as we go. Now, the multiple scams that Phil has pulled, just like Rich, Patreon scam. He's actually pulled it twice. You have the Project 7 scam where he was going to revive Project 7 and then said he couldn't do it and kept the money. And just recently you have him basically trying to use Patreon as a GoFundMe, which is against Patreon TOS. And Phil is now forced to support his Patreon. You know, with Slayer getting these fucking K-pop reaction videos sent to him that he uploads publicly. Phil is constantly begs for money on stream. Rich doesn't beg as much as Phil does, but Rich still does beg for money. Don't kid yourself. Rich, again, is no saint. He will do the exact same shit that Phil does. Now, Rich doesn't have the issues with his family that Phil does, right? Like I said, Phil has scammed his parents in the past, scammed his aunts and uncles, calling them drug addicts afterwards when they've passed away. He has issues with his cousin/adopted sister, Melissa. He ended his friendship with Howard and John over basically using them for money constantly, slandering them, harassing them, etc., etc. Phil is a disgusting individual, probably more so than Rich, because at least Rich admits that he's a disgusting individual, whereas Phil is a narcissist and just plays the victim. And you'll see that here in the video that Phil did today. So that's just a brief history of Phil. The picture on the left is Phil jerking off on stream in 2015, and the picture on the right is Rich sucking on a cucumber. Right? Enough said. So let's just jump into the video that Rich did here previously, and we're just going to play it from the beginning. And away we go.
My name is... What? My name is... Who? My name is...
Cucumbers.
C. Bethel.
Cucumbers. Cucumbers.
Skip it up and that up. Hey everybody, your favorite man with an ass is now on Cameo. You could get your own personalized video message sent directly from me to you. Link to my Cameo below in the description.
Okay, so here we have Rich. Rich diversifies, right? Like, Rich will do live streams, recorded streams. He's on Cameo. Rich does a lot more than Phil, whereas Phil just rolls his ass out of bed at 10:45 in the morning, jumps on stream in his Sonic pajamas, and begs for money. Rich actually has diversified his content over the years. He no longer does games or tech review because he basically failed at that. He doesn't do... all basically he does now is drama content. He likes to report the news on YouTube, let it be political or shit going on YouTube between content creators. That's all Rich basically does now.
I look forward to seeing you there. So this is going to be a fun one. Many of you have heard about DSP gaming. There are many content creators, bigger than me, smaller than me, trolls, regular content creators that speak about DSP. It is not because we dislike him. I don't dislike Phil. I don't think Phil is a bad person. But it is absolutely amazing to see someone running into a brick wall continue to run into...
Now, Phil is a bad person. Okay, don't get me wrong. Phil is definitely a bad person. Phil knows what he's doing is immoral, but he still chooses to do it. Phil refuses to get a job. He's been fired from every single job he's ever had. And any partnership he's ever had, let it be Machinima, Curse, or Twitch. Okay? Phil is a disgusting individual, and he is not a good human being. That's basically obvious. Like, he'll stab his family and friends in the back to make a buck, and he'll con literal handicap people out of money on his streams.
To that brick wall, you tell them there's a brick wall there. Everyone else sees the brick wall except Phil, and Phil continues to ram his face into the brick wall to prove there's no brick wall there, and he cannot see the brick wall. He genuinely can't, and it fascinates the entire YouTube community. There are many people who aren't even in the gaming community that know of Phil because he is absolutely hilarious for all of the reasons he doesn't want to be hilarious for. It is fascinating, Phil. I'm sorry. It's not that one day I hate you and the next day I love you. It's just sometimes you do things that I think, you know what, that made sense. I don't think Phil should be trolled for that, or I think he had a good take on Twitter. And then the next day you are crying to your fans because you don't like the engagement that's happening with the game that you're playing. It's your job to get people engaged, Phil. It's not your audience.
Rich, that is correct. It is up to Phil. God, I paused that fucking perfectly, didn't I? Rich is correct here. It is Phil's responsibility to make sure that his fans are engaged and enjoying his content. His fans don't want to come on the stream and then be hounded for, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. That's not what your stream should be about, Phil. Your stream should be about the gameplay and interacting with your audience.
You talk to your audience like you're a disgruntled substitute teacher and they're your students. You're just like walking in, you're like, not getting paid enough to do. Sit down, you little shit. Sit down. You want attention? Sit down. That's how you treat your audience. It's such a chill stream. You have the chillest streams out there. Well, recently, a channel called Secret Unlimited put out a video about Phil talking about his alleged...
Shout out Secret Unlimited. Fucking awesome video. If you have not seen it, I will link it down in the description. It is insane. It covers most, if not all, of the evidence that Phil has probably spent close to or over $100,000 on WWE Champions. Everything is factual in that video. None of it is made up or a lie, like Phil would say. Nuggets of truth. Phil, you got caught, okay? Change your lifestyle, Phil, okay? Get off the fucking gotcha games, get off the gin, get off the DoorDash, start acting like an adult.
I will still say alleged, Phil, gambling addiction to WWE Champions. It's Candy Crush with a bunch of sweaty wrestling dudes. It's a gotcha game. Like, literally, it's exactly what it is. It's a way to get money. You could get certain rare wrestlers that are coveted to get. It's how they incentivize people to continually throw money at it. Now, in the past before, I don't agree with this, and I think it's flat out wrong they did it, but it happened because Phil always decries poverty in his streams, which I've told you 1,000 times before, Phil, and the entire internet community has said, this is your biggest problem. You complain about the trolls making your personal finances their business, but you proceed to make your personal finances your audience's business.
Rich, you've done the same in the past, okay? You've begged for money using Patreon as a GoFundMe for a camera. You've begged for money for various other bullshit that you want to do. But what Rich is saying is true. When Phil goes off on a tangent about people invading his personal life, that's because Phil will put his personal life at the forefront of his videos. Can't pay for groceries. This is broken in the house. I've got this fake disease and this fake disease, and I need to get this done, and I don't have the money to do this shopping. And then he turns around and he spends $500 to $1,000 on WWE Champions. He's at fucking Total Wine. He's gone to Twirls and Curls to get his hair dyed. Rich is correct. If you don't want people to invade your personal life, Phil, do not bring up money. Stop begging on your fucking streams.
by decrying that you're poor or decrying poverty or saying you can't get groceries the next day. And the reason you do that is to incentivize your audience to give you money, specifically in the direction of tips, because it goes right into your PayPal, so you and Kat and Jasper could eat the next day. Tell me I'm lying about that, Phil. Tell me. That is the key problem with you, is that you make your finances your audience's business. And then when they use it against you because you make it their business, you say, how dare you make that your business? Well, anyway, I saw this from Secret Unlimited. It's called Gambling $100,000 of Donation Money into a Mobile Gaming App, which is they saying that Phil is doing, and it had a lot of damning evidence. Don't believe me? Go check it out yourself. And I decided, like, I have been a monthly member of Phil for a very long time, and I decided...
That's your mistake, Rich. What do we detractors tell everybody? Even if you're trolling Phil, do not give him money. And Rich made the biggest mistake. He broke the golden rule. Rich super chatted, Rich tipped, Rich became a super supporter of Phil's. Now, why did Rich do this? Well, Rich was goading Phil into doing an interview with him. Phil was never, ever going to do that video. Never do that interview. The only reason he did it with the quartering, and Rich will mention that here shortly, is because the quartering just sucked Phil's cock the entire time and asked him just softball questions. The quartering never asked him any of the hard fucking questions that he could have asked.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not going to do it anymore. Yes, the next day I proceeded to super chat him to see if there was what his reaction would be. It worked. But Phil was not happy that I watched that video. He was making it like I exposed him, even though I didn't put together this video, which is over an hour long. It was not done by me. I was reacting to Secret Unlimited's video. And he is demanding an apology. We're going to go through this little clip together. I whittled it down because Phil, he kind of has diarrhea of the mouth. Of course, I'll have a link to the full video so you could see I'm not taking anything out of context. Here are the bits and pieces where Phil demands the apology from me. I'm going to pause it a bunch, and we're going to discuss what Phil has to say here. It should be a lot of fun.
Okay, coming up, this quality... And this shows basically Rich's, how can I put it? Rich's expertise when it comes to the shit that, like, basically tech, right? Rich really did a poor job of this video. It's really low quality. It looks like he recorded it on his phone almost. Like, recorded the screen like Phil used to do back in the day with his capturing using a camcorder.
Here's Phil to tell you more.
And this troll has been saying dumb shit like, oh, Review Tech did a whole stream about you, exposing you, and saying all this stuff about you and how you blow all your money on mobile games and blah, 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 blah.
I was watching Secret Unlimited's video. I was not in any way, shape, or form exposing you. I was reacting to someone else exposing you, which you're welcome to do to me, Phil. You always say, I would never do that to Rich, or I could go watch a bunch of Rich. Go ahead, watch them. Go ahead. The difference between this video and a lot of those troll videos out there is that the stuff with my trolls is all hearsay. This is, which I don't agree with. People went into your bank records and got this information and compiled it together and put like pie charts and put everything together that's irrefutable. Why don't you go talk to me about it? Talk to It's a Gundam about it. And you can't say it's not people's business, Phil, because you make it their business. You put your finances out there public. People are going to be...
I just want to give a talk about It's a Gundam. I used to like It's a Gundam. Guy used to be awesome. Until he sold out to Mama Susan, as he calls her. Once Gundam got monetized and got a taste of that YouTube money, he really changed his content. He cut out the swearing. A lot of stuff was changed. And if you're going to be true to yourself, do not change your content. Like, no matter what. Like, if you're not in it for the money, don't then change your content so you can make money. right now. A lot of detractors, basically a lot of detractors get hounded if they're getting super chats or stuff like that. If you want to do that, great. I super chat a lot of the detractors because I like their content. I like what they do. A lot of them give me help, and a lot of us work together behind the scenes. Meerkat's giving me a lot of advice. Peace is giving me a lot of advice. Jad and I talk all the time. I'm always on Raven's streams, although I haven't done a lot there recently because of work. Just don't sell out. That's all I have to say.
Like, this guy always saying he's poor, but we find out they're going to look into it because you're constantly talking about it, but we find out he's spending money on this and spending money on this. If you didn't talk about your finances, Phil, even if you have financial problems, but if you didn't talk about them, people wouldn't give a damn whenever you spent your money on. But
now again, Rich has begged for money. He's done the exact same shit that Phil has. Rich doesn't... The thing with Rich is he won't... Well, he used to, let's say, when he wanted the Sony camera, like he couldn't afford it. So he made his financials basically that he couldn't afford it. Now, Rich makes a big chunk of change off of YouTube to the point where he does this as a full-time job. He doesn't have a job outside of this. He just does it on YouTube. He makes quite a bit more money than Phil does. And we all know that Phil makes 120, 130, probably more closer to about 150K a year on YouTube with tips and everything like that. Rich is the same way, though. Don't kid yourself. Rich will make finances an issue. He will beg for money like Phil. So, Rich, you really can't tell Phil not to do this when you do this yourself. And we'll also see this in Phil's video and vice versa.
because you use the fact that you're broke to incentivize people to donate, people are going to be like, we're going to look into this because this guy's always decrying that he's poor, but he lives in a gated community. Anyway, let's continue.
Canceled his membership and he did all this dramatic stuff.
I did.
So now you've been exposed by another YouTuber, okay? Now you guys know me. I don't give two shits what anyone says or does about me. So many people have over the years. Who gives a... I already talked about this.
You still do, Phil. You still do. You remind me of like 2015 Rich on steroids. You absolutely do. If you didn't mind, you wouldn't even be addressing this right now.
Rich, you really haven't changed either, okay? You seriously haven't.
There are things that people say about me every day. You know what I do? I just kiss my birds and move on. You don't do that, Phil. You do this, and that's the problem.
You guys know the deal in regards to me and mobile games and separating my personal life with my professional life and the fact that all...
Which you don't do. You talk about your personal life and your financial life every day with your fans. That's why you're in the situation that you're in.
So overblown and slanderous and full of shit compared to reality. All right, I'm not going to go through that again. We already been through it multiple times. But the fact that someone who, in the last few weeks, actively came on my streams, told his viewership my content was good, okay, has some of his viewers now become fans.
Phil...
Not just a few weeks. This has basically gone on for close to a year now that Rich has appeared on Phil's streams to try to goad him into doing an interview with Rich so that Rich can monetize another LOLCOW. So, like, this has been going on for a while, and Rich has been a super supporter of Phil's. Super chatting, being a member, tipping, etc., etc. And, of course, Rich is going to try to play to Phil's emotions. Try to be Phil's friend so that he can get Phil on the show. But, of course, we all know that is not going to work. Even if you offer Phil $50,000, he is not going to come on your show.
Well, yeah, we watched you play Super Castlevania 4, and it was... If you acted like that in all of your streams, 98% of your problems would go away. If you just enjoyed the games, joked around, interacted with your audience, didn't bitch about engagement, didn't cry poor to try to get tips instead of super chats, most of your problems would go away. Sadly, I think you've painted yourself into such a corner that the only reason people pay attention to you now is to see you metaphorically slam your face into a brick wall. So you kind of have to keep doing what you're doing.
I agree, Rich. But you also do the same thing. Rich has his own set of detractors. And Phil has his. A lot of Phil's viewers, like Rich's streams, I mean, look, Rich has a live stream. He has a lot more viewers, and I mean a lot more viewers that come on than Phil. Now, on Phil's streams, probably most of the viewers are there to watch Phil fuck up, right? Either say something racist, or contradict himself, or let loose some personal information that he really shouldn't. But Rich does the same thing. Okay, like it's the pot calling the kettle black, right? Like they're both idiots. Let's just put it that way.
But all of this, every single stream was like that Super Castlevania 4 stream with you, Phil, all this stuff would be a non-issue. But you don't have the self-awareness to understand that. Let's continue.
Which is great. I'm happy for that. I'm always happy to see newcomers come on the streams. Then, this guy offers me a PC out of nowhere. I didn't ask for one.
It wasn't out of nowhere. We were watching a clip of you bitching about your PC, which, Phil, I have to be honest with you, if you put an SSD in there, upgraded to at least Windows 10, that PC would still be...
Now, this is a common trope with Rich. Rich doesn't do his due diligence when it comes to his journalism. He doesn't do any background checking. He just pretty much makes it up as he goes. We know for a fact that Phil has an HEDT system from Intel, a Core i7-4930K, 16GB DDR3 and quad channel, Sabertooth motherboard, 780 Ti superclock from EVGA, and an ADATA 256GB SSD with Windows 10. He's upgraded it because he fucked up his landscape view, and he was asking for people on his channel for help to get it back into landscape view when he upgraded to Windows 10. So Phil is running Windows 10. He does have an SSD, Rich. You fucked up. Next time, do your research.
More than fine. Yeah, I heard you haven't even opened it up. I can imagine how much dust is in that PC, and I saw the way the dust is in the rest of your room, so I know you don't clean up in there. And you put an SSD in there, you re-imaged it with Windows 10 or Windows 11, put OBS on, you wouldn't even need...
Again, Rich, you call yourself Review Tech USA. You should fucking know that his system cannot run Windows 11 because it doesn't have TPM 2.0 and the processor is not supported. You're supposed to be a tech guru, Rich, and you don't fucking know this?
Need a new PC. The reason why I saw you making that video, I'm like, you know what? I have a big ass Threadripper rig here. I don't want to sell it because you sell it. If there's a problem with shipping, it becomes a huge headache. Hey, Phil, I'll pack up the PC good. There's still almost a guaranteed chance it'll get there in one piece. You pay.
Now, I believe this Threadripper PC, this is the 3950X? No. I think it's first gen Threadripper running a 2080 Super, if I remember correctly. This is the same system that when Rich was building it, his dad was pointing out everything he was doing wrong.
Pay the shipping. I get it out of my house. I don't have to worry about selling it and having someone complain that something happened to it in shipping. I win by getting more space in my house. Now my friend's taking the PC, not you, Phil. You win by getting a PC that's substantially more powerful than the one you have, even though, honestly, like I said, you could just put an SSD in your PC, upgrade it to Windows 10, and call it a day, but that's why I did it. You get a PC, I get crap out of my house. It's a win-win. And the reason I said it is because I saw a video of you complaining about the fact that your PC was having issues. That's all it was, Phil. It wasn't me just trying to conjure something up to have drama here. You do a great job of bringing the drama to your doorstep yourself. It's that simple, but let's continue.
Out of the blue, a PC. here, I have a PC from 5-6 years ago, but I think you could you say you need a new one, and I could just give it to you, just pay for shipping. I'm like, geez, this is kind of a lot of positivity out of nowhere from Rick.
Now, this is Phil's paranoia playing into play, right? Like, Phil's probably thinking, is he going to put a keylogger on it? What's he going to do? Is it going to blow up in my face and blow up my condo? Or, like, well, what's going to happen? Because Phil is legitimately paranoid. That's why he doesn't leave the condo anymore. That's why he has no friends. He has no contact with his family. Phil is a narcissistic sociopath with paranoid tendencies.
Rich. Because Rich, over the...
He's making 4D chess out of nothing. I just explained it, Phil. That's all it is, Phil. And I wouldn't have done a giveaway with the PC, because if the PC showed up to a subscriber and it was broken, it would not only would it be a giveaway of a PC, it would be broken and I would have to replace it. Whereas you, it's like...
Well, that's an easy workaround, Rich. All you can do is shipped as is. If you can insure the shipment, and when it arrived to the subscriber and it was damaged, the company, they can pay the insurance on the shipment. Like, do you not know what you're doing? You've been a 14-year content creator just like fucking Phil. And you have no idea on how anything works.
All right, here, Phil. If it works, great, which it would. But if something happened in shipping, no loss. I was just handing you a PC. There you go. You're overthinking this to an astronomical level.
That I have nothing to do about. And what I mean by that is Rich has this habit of not being able to keep my name out of his mouth.
Phil, the entire internet has a habit of not being able to keep your name out of their mouths, because you keep doing extraordinarily, amazingly stupid things, and you have people explain to you.
Okay, and Rich will touch base on this. Phil is a public figure, okay? I'm a public figure. I make YouTube content for people all over the world to watch, basically reporting on Phil and his bullshit. King Jad is a public figure. Piece of Peace is a public figure. Rich is a public figure. Phil, you want to be internet famous. You want to make hundreds of millions of dollars begging for money on YouTube, but you don't want people to talk about you on YouTube. That's not how that works, Phil. Okay? When you want to be a content creator, you need to take the criticism as well with the content that you create. Okay? Now, Rich has done the same shit as Phil has. He blocked people. He blocked his comments. He turned his comments on. Then he realized that it was affecting the YouTube algorithm, so he put comments back on. They've both done the same shit, right? To try to stem the criticism. Rich is now... He says he's more lenient with the trolls. He will still claim other content creators if they make videos reporting on his bullshit. I might get claimed by Rich here. Rich had a video claimed this afternoon, and he threw a big tantrum and posted on his community page. So what? Okay? If somebody comes out and says, oh, Prophet, I watched your build the PC stream that you did while Phil was giggling and doing stupid shit, and you look fat. Yeah, I'm fat. I don't give a shit. Right? You want to criticize me? Go right ahead.
You all the time that these things are things that you should not be doing. And then you just get mad, shut them down, and continue to do these things. And it's fascinating to people. It is absolutely fascinating. It's why you're on the Steel Toe Morning Show all the time, because they cannot get over how a man can lack so much self-awareness when everyone's telling him what he should do to improve his business. That's what it is, Phil. That's why no one could stop talking about you. You are a specimen of fascination to a level that I have never...
Rich, your viewers have told you the exact same thing. Stuff that you should do and stuff you shouldn't do. And you don't listen to them either. People tell you what to do, you get defensive. Okay? So, again, you do the exact same shit as Phil. And Phil does the exact same shit as you. You're both idiots. And you both don't understand how your streams should work.
Never seen before. The only person who may beat you is Tickled Television. I don't even want to say his actual name. Let's continue.
Seems he can get some kind of a benefit out of mentioning me. He will. And then if...
Phil, you do funny stuff. I talk about funny stuff, some stuff on my streams. It's not that I'm looking to clout chase from you. He's going to say later here that I'm punching down, too. He's another one who's like, oh, you're such a mean bully for commenting on the stupid crap that I do as a public figure. We're going into that.
On with me or whatever, he'll just completely forget I exist. And then he'll come back again. And
I don't forget you exist, Phil. It's just you do something dumb that's funny, and I talk about it just like I would do with any other YouTuber, just like I do with the quartering, just like I've done with Pat the NES Punk, just like I've done with name a bunch, and I've defended people like Boogie. I've criticized Boogie. I've defended Boogie. I'm friends with Boogie right now. I'm friends with him. It doesn't mean
You're not really friends with Boogie there, Rich. You just use him when you want to make a quick buck, right? Just like Phil, when Phil wants to make some money, he'll bring out the crocodile tears with T. Although the first video that he ever did when T passed after Howard had contacted him, he monetized and tried to make a buck off it and didn't shed one fucking tear. Okay, so don't say you're friends with Boogie when you're not.
mean that because you're critical of someone or laugh at the stupid crap that people laugh at the stupid crap I do, which is almost on a daily basis. Like, you make it that if someone's critical of you, that they're your enemy. I don't understand how people live like that. Like, so anyone who tells you anything like, hey, Phil, you should fix this. No, you're just a detractor. That's why you're in the position you're in, because anyone who's critical of you, you consider it an attack. That's why you're on the level 1 in your...
That's true. But Rich, you can say the same thing about you. Phil, anytime Phil has somebody that recommends something, typically it's Snow Carl, right? Like Snow Carl will make a recommendation and Phil will automatically run into a tirade and time out Snow Carl, or like last time when he banned him, now Snow Carl's back. Even with this pizza party that Phil's going to throw at the end of the month with the Cowabunga collection with Ninja Turtles, that wasn't Phil's idea. A month before Phil announced that, a viewer on Phil's stream had recommended he should do something like a pizza party. Phil waited the month and then said that he came up with the idea. No, you didn't. Right? But that's the narcissism, right? Like, that's... You cannot tell a narcissist what to do because it's an immediate attack on who they are and their ego. And they're going to go into defense mode and they're going to attack back.
Podcast.
Be positive, sometimes he'll be negative. It's really weird with this guy. I don't even know, the best way to like describe it is like, you don't know what Rich you're talking to today. Are you talking to the Rich that's going to be a nice guy and tell his viewers you have good content and come support you? Or are you talking to the Rich that's going to do an expose on his stream where he watches your detractor content and shits all over you? Okay?
It depends on what you did that day, Phil. It's not that one day I wake up and I'm bipolar, which he's going to say, and I hate you. I don't even hate you when you do the stupid stuff. I don't even hate you. It's just, it's funny, the incredibly stupid things that you do. And then there may be a day that the trolls will say you did something like, that's not that bad. People need to relax their anuses. You're going over the top with Phil there. Yes, that is objectivity, Phil. It's not one day I wake up and like, it's time to hate Phil today.
Well, guess what? I don't like that shit. All right? I don't.
No kidding.
If you're going to be one way or the other, fine, but don't be two-faced. Don't one day...
Just love everything Phil does. Just be positive about everything Phil does. Don't be critical of Phil when he does dumb things like complain about engagement with the game because he expects the game to just draw crowds of people in, which is ridiculous. Don't complain about that. You're either for Phil or against Phil. It's that simple, damn it. It's amazing to see a man be the architect of his own demise. You show them how they're being the architect, and they just tell you to piss off and block you and say, no,
That's a narcissism, though, Rich. You really need to look up the definition of narcissist, right? They're always the victim. They're never the villain. Phil has never done anything wrong, and Phil has stated that he has never done anything wrong. He's always done everything right. But Rich is the same, right? Rich has never done anything wrong. Rich has always done everything right.
that's not it when it is.
All right? Either be one way or the other. It's that simple. You can't have it both ways. Rich apparently wants to have it both ways. Rich can't have it both ways.
Everyone can have it both ways, Phil. You can't say you're either on my side or against me, and anytime I do something wrong, you can't say anything. This is the
But Rich, you've done that yourself in the past, okay? You have false copyright striked channels that report on the bullshit that you've done. Okay? You've begged for money. You've pulled scams on Patreon and on YouTube. So don't try to give advice, Rich, when you are guilty as well.
This is probably has been the problem throughout your entire life, is that anyone who has criticized you, you have considered them not on your side. Intro Guy is like my brother. He has criticized me countless times and will continue to do so. Does it mean that we're enemies? No, he's one of my closest friends. But you don't understand that. You want a cult. You don't want people who are subscribers. You don't want people that are friends. You just want people that are like, yes, sir. Yes, Phil, sir. Everything you do is keep begging, Phil. Please keep begging, sir. I will keep throwing you money, sir. That's what you want. And it's not how life works, Chief.
So last night, I actually talked to one of Rich's viewers on the stream, and I said, is it true? Because this is what my trolls are saying. My trolls are coming on my stream with these dummy accounts, these insulting things, spamming my chat. If you guys have been here in the last week, you probably saw these idiot trolls spamming my chat with this shit. Saying, Rich exposed you, the whole stream exposing you and saying that, you know, that you're a horrible person that blows all his money, he's not going to support you, and
I didn't say you were a horrible person. It just, honestly, with all the evidence they put together, okay, and I understand how trolls videos work, and if I thought it was just straight up trolling, I've had that stuff put against me, and I would be like, you know what, man, no, I'm not buying into this stuff. But this was like...
Rich, that's a lie, okay? You will false copyright trolls. Right? You'll ban trolls. Like, you don't... You're a little bit more lenient now, but you're still an idiot when it comes to running your content. You will still false flag people. You still jump onto YouTube when one of your things gets false flagged and start complaining about you're going to lose revenue. Okay? You do the exact same thing that Phil does.
They put together facts and evidence and pie charts and unfortunately even looked into your bank account. There was plenty of red flags there, and I'm like, I can't support this man. This man seems like he does have a problem, and the reason...
Rich, you knew that beforehand. Come on. You knew what you were getting into. Don't bullshit. You were doing it to try to goat Phil into coming onto your podcast and doing an interview with you. That's the only reason you did it.
The reason that people are looking into your problems, Phil, is because you make your financial woes your audience's problem, so it piques their interest, and they want to find out why you're in such financial dire straits. Whereas if you didn't talk about it, even if you are in financial dire straits, no one would care because it's not their business.
He canceled his membership to your channel, saying you know, blah, blah, blah. So
that is true, but I wasn't doing that to do any kind of virtue signaling or call to action.
Yeah, you were. You were doing it to put a statement in there, Rich. Come on. Okay, you did it live on stream. Okay, you were doing it for views. You were doing it for monetization. You were doing it.
I didn't even think of that. You're making it into that. That was a choice I made. And yeah, I did super chat you the next day because I wanted to see what your reaction would be towards me. And then I actually gave you...
So if you weren't going to support him, Rich, you super chatted supporting him to goat him again. Okay? Just think about that.
Constructive criticism in a non-super chat, and you blocked me.
I had unlocked him last time. I didn't have much time to play with him. Now I'm gonna have a whole night to use it.
Let's see what he
Pretty
says.
Cool. Okay. All right, Rich. Goodbye. Enjoy your permanent ban and don't come back to my streams. Okay.
That's how Phil debates, right? And you should know this by now. If you're an avid detractor, you're within the community, you know that as soon as somebody asks Phil something difficult, he will ban you, and then he's won a debate. That way you cannot respond to him, and you cannot interact with him. He'll ban you on Twitter, he'll ban your email, he'll ban you on fucking YouTube. And then you can't talk to Phil. Now, Rich, and Rich, don't lie. You knew this was coming, okay? You knew he was going to do that because there's no way that Phil was going to share the limelight with you.
Being a idiot can cause problems. All right, goodbye. Here we go. This is new. After leaving an existing...
Here's Phil to tell you more. The only reason you went on the Grifterings interview is because he knew nothing about you.
That was a good one, actually, Rich. I got to give you that one, okay? The griftering. The quartering is a... I would have to say the quartering might actually be more disgusting than Phil and Rich. The quartering will clickbait and lie without... He'll even make shit up on the go to get views, to monetize. He'll beg for money when he gets sued, because he's been sued before for making false allegations, okay? Now, the quartering is a disgusting individual, and I do not suggest watching the video where he interviews Phil, because he just basically did a bunch of softball questions. He never asked any of the hardball questions, like, how old was Leanna when you first started talking to her? You know, how much money have you spent on WWE Champions? Shit like that. The quartering is probably one of the most disgusting YouTubers in all of existence, and I would suggest blocking his site and not watching his content.
And was just going to hand you softball questions. And because he's not worried about actually pursuing the truth, he's just an opportunist. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll get 500,000 views from you being on, because no one gets a DSP interview. It didn't work out for him that way, but that's why you did it.
Rich, you were trying to do the exact same thing, though. Okay? Don't pretend you weren't. You wanted to get Phil on your podcast for views and for money. That is why you wanted to do it. Okay? Do not lie, Rich.
He doesn't know anything about you. He wouldn't ask you tough questions like I would, like It's a Gundam would, like Tevin would. He's just going to ask you stuff.
Shout out Tevin, man. Tevin would fucking destroy Phil. If Tevin ever got an interview with Phil, holy shit, would that go down in history.
The stuff that you, I'm sure, said you could only talk about this, this, and this before. As a matter of fact, I think It's a Gundam confirmed that, because he talked to the quartering. There was so much stuff that was off the table with you because you just don't want to be exposed for it. You dig your own hole and then complain about the fact that you're in a hole, even though you had the...
Rich, man, you know you got a critical error there on the monitor on the back, right? Like, your Review Tech USA. Something's seriously wrong with your setup. You know that, right? And it's starting to piss me off because I keep seeing it.
The shovel digging yourself deep into the ground. It's incredible.
To this guy in the chat, I said, listen, it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just curious, you're a fan of Rich. Did this really happen, and to what extent did it happen? So they answered me. They said, here's what happened. Rich watched a detractor video about you, essentially talking about the stupid mobile game meme, the bullet...
A detractor video. Yeah, this person also has, like, the worst moments of DSP from, like, 2021, 2020, and stuff like that. But, Phil, it's stuff that someone compiled. It's not like someone just clipped you out of context with this, okay? Trust me, I know how that troll stuff works. Dude, here's the thing. You talk about your financial situations. Watch that stream. You don't have to show your app on your phone of WWE Champions and all these sweaty men that you collect. Watch it on stream and debunk it. Again, you put yourself in this situation by talking about your financial woes. If it's all not true, go out there, watch it on a live stream. I'm sure plenty of people would tune into that, man. You'd make crazy money. But you won't, because you know there's some truth there. Come on, keep it real.
And basically, after watching it this time, and it's weird because he's watched other stuff before, but now he claims he's convinced and he believed it, and then live on his stream, a big publicity stunt, essentially, big drama thing, he said, oh, I can't support Phil anymore, I can't enable him, and he canceled his membership.
Publicity stunts, Phil. You monetized your dead friend. You monetized your dead aunt. You monetized your mom cheating on your father. You monetized Howard and Rambo every single chance you got. You monetized Leanna. That is what you do, Phil. You pull stunts every fucking day. The Level 1 podcast is technically a stunt. It's for you to rant, harass, slander game developers, content creators, the like, for money. That's what you do, Phil.
Okay? Now, a few things to say about this. Okay? First of all, I can't stop anyone from watching slander about me or defamation or whatever you want to call it. I can't.
You can't. You can't do it. People are going to watch it. People are going to react to it. It happens with me all the time. You just ignore it. I ignore 99.9% of it. I get sent videos almost on a daily basis.
No, you don't, Rich. You will report false flag detractor content. You've done it in the past. Keemstar proved it. Again, you're pot calling the kettle black. You do that shit, Rich.
Exposing me, quote unquote, for stuff. You just ignore it. You don't ignore it. You level 1 podcast and sit on a mountaintop screaming about it, which is metaphorically what you're not actually screaming. I get it. But that's exactly what you're doing right now. You are doing exactly what people want. And then here we are.
I'm not in control, all right, of what people do. I'm just not. I'm not in control of what people do. And I'm not going to ever hold anyone accountable. Oh, how dare you watch a detractor video or whatever. Okay? Do it. In fact, go ahead. Watch it for yourself. You know? What you'll find is that when you watch that shit, there's literally no proof of anything in any of the shit they say. It's all, oh, well, if you assume this, if you guess this, this could be true, so it must be. When you piece together 400 pieces of bullshit, you get a tapestry of bullshit, and then they all talk about it so much they believe it's real.
So, Phil, because of the fact you make your financial situations very public, you dug yourself into this hole. Yeah, you need to address it. If you didn't talk about it, you wouldn't need to address it. But here we are. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't cry poor. I know I said this earlier on, and try to incentivize people to give you money because, oh my God, I don't even know how I'm going to eat the next day. You've said you couldn't go grocery shopping if you didn't get tips. So that, oh man, poor Philly, you won't be able to go grocery shopping. So then people are going to look into it and be like, is he really, are things really that tough for Phil? I mean, I know he went through the bankruptcy.
It is proven that Phil doesn't have any money because Phil cannot manage his finances. Right? Like, Shinko is right. Shout out Shinko Fleur. Phil has a consumer problem. Phil needs to spend money. As soon as Phil gets off stream, he transfers those tips, like I've said before, pays the PayPal penalty of 3% or 5% now, I think it is. He gets that money, and then it's Gotcha, Jin, and DoorDash. Like, what was it? The last time he had his haircut, he was like, oh, I'm so poor, I need to go out to a restaurant with my wife. If you cannot afford it, Phil, you should not be going out to a restaurant, period. Okay? But then you come back with a new haircut. Kat got her haircut. Like, you're looking at $300 in haircuts just there. You go out to a sushi restaurant, which is probably going to be $100 between the two of you. Okay, so there's $400 gone. You got to pick up your supplies for Jasper. You got to do your grocery shopping. You got to pay your bills. You didn't make that on the stream before, Phil. So you have money, but now you're feigning distress to get more money so that you can do your fucking gotcha pulls. You can do shit that you really can't afford. So Rich is correct here. Like, Rich is telling the truth. Phil feigning distress while begging for tips that if he managed his money, he'd be perfectly fine.
But I see the kind of donations he gets. People are going to be interested because you make it their business. And then if they make it their business because you tell them about your business, you get mad at it. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that you use your financial woes to try to make money. Then when people question your financial woes, don't talk about them. Only I can talk about them. God, I don't understand how you can think this way and not have the common sense to realize how that's flawed.
The truth of the matter is, everything, as I've said, is based on a nugget of truth. Do I play mobile games? Yes, there's your nugget of truth. All right? Now, Is there any actual concrete evidence of anything else?
Phil, you said you stopped playing WWE Champions, and then someone saw it on your phone in one of your pre-stream podcasts. Like they saw it, you could see it in...
It wasn't the pre-stream podcast, Rich. It was the daily wrap at the end of the day.
The Secret Unlimited video. They actually pieced together, like forensics, like their CSI. They pieced together and showed that you had the WWE mobile game on there, on your stream. You should be a little more careful, Phil, if you're saying that you don't play these games anymore, but you do, and then people see it on your screen, they're going to scrap to be like, this guy is saying that he doesn't play these games anymore, but he does. We see it right there. Maybe he is spending the money that he says he doesn't spend.
There's an assumption based on a guess, based on a conspiracy theory, based on this piece of information that probably isn't true, but they're saying it is with no evidence, and it just blows into this giant bullshit conspiracy, because that's exactly what it is. It's a conspiracy against me that's been going on for years. And
it really isn't a conspiracy, Phil, that's been going on for years and years. There's so much evidence to prove that you've done this. There's the clans you were kicked out of, or guilds that you were kicked out of because they were tired of being harassed by the trolls. Okay, you have your bank leaks. You have your constant begging right before a big event is going to happen. Okay, you have the leaked image when you fucked up trying to get Jasper off the chair here a couple weeks ago. Okay? Phil, you've done it. What you should just do is own it. Apologize to your viewers and then try to move past it. Okay? Stop spending money on the gacha. Stop spending money on the gin. Stop going out for restaurants. Stop ordering out for food. Okay? Like, you live in a gated community because you're so paranoid that somebody's going to walk up to your house and knock on the door, even though you've doxed your own address by registering your company publicly. Okay? You fucked up, Phil. Okay? Own that shit. Correct your life. That's what you need to do. You're 40 fucking years old. You and I are the same age, Phil. I have my own home. I look after my parents. I've been at the same job for 12 years. Like, I've been at the same job for the exact same time that you've been fucking streaming for. Okay? And I've lasted the jobs longer, like, because you've been fired from every single fucking job you've ever had, Phil. Think about that.
In years, they're trying to derail people from enjoying my legitimately interesting, fun, chill content by bringing up nonsense that has nothing to do with it.
Phil, your content is not chill. Your content is not chill. You are sitting there pressuring your audience saying, hey, I'm playing this game. I'm playing this game, and no one's watching it. No one's watching it. This is the popular new game. Yeah, it's so chill. It's so chill. People probably have to go get prescriptions of Xanax after watching because you're sitting there pressuring them saying, I'm playing this.
You know what's kind of freaking me out right now? The screen on the right behind Rich that his so-called buddy is on, the guy looks like motherfucking Putin if you don't see the beard. And it's really, really creeping me out.
Game and no one's watching. I just feel all this stress washing away from me watching your streams, Phil, when you're complaining about money. I love putting my personal issues to the side and just, relaxing in your chill streams and listening you complain about your personal issues. That is the definition of a chill stream.
Rich, Phil only chills when he's paying his bills. Shout out Meerkat.
That not a soul ever.
I don't know what to say. I'm going to have to drop it. And by the way, I am not going to accept a single complaint. Not one. If people complain that I drop multiverses after me playing it for so many weeks.
Don't get me started on the multiverses fucking drama. Holy shit.
And talking about it and saying I want to keep playing it, but I need support, and people will not support it. I've had enough of that bullshit. I really have. So now they gotta completely keep spinning nonsense this way or that way, okay? Alright, so why am I bringing this up? Because there's a difference between, okay, I watch the video, I believe it or I don't, I make a judgment for myself. Or, oh, I have a following on the internet. Alright? I have a ridiculous amount of subscribers and viewers on my channel.
Here we go.
Today I have nothing to do. I have no content to put out for my viewers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch videos that outright state that they are defamatory against Darkside Phil. Exposing him, conspiracy theory.
Doesn't state. It put together a bunch of facts and evidence that were out there about you, Phil. And are you going to use, he's going to use the I'm a bully and I'm punching down. because I'm watching something about a public figure that someone else put out about said public figure, the public figure being Phil. I'm a bully for doing that. He's going to say it. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Phil. Don't disappoint me.
Right? And then I'm going to talk about it to all of my viewers, and then I'm going to actually pull a publicity stunt to try to get, attention for myself today. Because, Rich, that's what you did. Right? That's literally what you did. You had no content to put out for that day, and you said, instead of...
This guy makes it like he has meetings like Howard Stern and sets up a whole bunch of skits for hours upon hours upon hours each day. Phil, you sit there and play a video game, and 95% of the time, you look bored. There was times you fell asleep on stream, Phil. That's literally been a thing that's happened. Like, don't make it... Don't make it like you have Academy Award winning content like Scorsese's walking in and filming with your webcam to film your super chill streams. You're not doing anything. You're not a unique snowflake. Keep it real.
Put out meaningful content for my viewers. Let's do drama content at the expense of others so I can make a buck today.
Phil, okay? When you do reaction content, Phil, that is exactly what you're doing. Okay? When you do Q&A sessions, that is exactly what you're doing. When you rage quit a game and then you're going to do Q&A for an hour. Your level 1 podcast, Phil, is nothing but a toxic piece of shit dribble slandering game developers, content creators, etc., etc. And you do that all for money. So, Rich does it, Phil does it. It's the exact same shit.
That's literally what you did, Rich, okay? And you did it at my expense.
Phil, I had an opinion on something. I made a choice. My viewers and your viewers have this thing called free will. It's not that I sat there and said, you need to cancel your membership too. They could do whatever the hell. They can up their memberships. They can increase their membership tier if they want to. I don't care. This is what I think really...
Now, I do have a video plan to go over Phil's memberships because Phil's memberships are a scam. Phil will blame YouTube for not giving him the ability to give more as memberships. That is not YouTube's decision, Rich and Phil. You are the ones that are supposed to come up with the perks for your membership tiers. Let it be if you have 1 tier or 3 tiers. You are supposed to come up with the content that you provide your memberships. That is not YouTube's responsibility.
What really annoys you the most is that I got rid of my membership, which is money out of your pocket, and you're afraid because that Secret Unlimited video makes you look real bad. You're afraid you're going to lose other members.
There are worse videos out there that make Phil look really, really bad. The Secret video was just done so fucking well. Like, my hat's off to you, dude. I wish I could do content like you. Okay, Secret Man? You do some awesome fucking content, and I love it. And I want to thank you from a lowly bum detractor like myself to one of the legendary detractors. Keep it up, Secret.
It's on you, Phil. If you didn't talk about your personal financial woes, you wouldn't be in this situation. This is your fault that you're in this situation, no one else's, but you'll never admit that anyway.
And I'm f***ing pissed at you, all right? You should know better. You have a big following on...
Now this is the point where he's going to talk down to me like I'm his son, and this is where it gets really good.
People who look up to you, okay? And for you to pull that shit basically shows that you don't care about what you say or do in your content as long as you're making a buck.
Phil, I'm there to entertain people. If there's something out there that is entertaining, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to make jokes about it. I'm going to make commentary about it. I don't just make... You have plenty of interesting things to discuss, so yeah, you come up on the streams quite a bit. Same with Steel Toe Morning Show. Same with It's a Gundam. Same with the other countless people that have made videos on you. It's not that we're attacking you. You just do so many dumb things that it's hilarious and interesting to discuss, and you don't like it because you're very...
Like Shinko said, Phil's a content catalyst, right? It is so easy to make content on Phil because Phil, every second of every day, does something stupid. Let it be Jin tweeting at 2 o'clock in the morning, or slandering somebody on stream or talking about shit that he knows absolutely fucking nothing about on stream. But Rich, you do the exact same thing. You don't gin tweet like Phil does at 2 o'clock in the morning, but you do talk about a lot of shit that you know nothing about.
Very insecure. That is the formula, Phil. That is what it is. Okay? There's, like I said, there's people that put out crap about me all the time. Every single day. You know what I do? Nothing. What you do is this, where you cry for a minute. And I actually cut this down. This is going to be a very long video. If I wanted to keep going, this could have been an hour-long reactionary commentary to Phil crying about me. But let's continue.
It does. Because I've had people like you walk all over me my entire life.
The mask slipped a little bit there. Gee, I wonder if the reason it's that way, Phil, is because when people have given you criticism before, you've taken it as an attack and you've been angry at them and demanded an apology for them criticizing you. Gee,
Bingo, Rich. You actually got one right here. That is what Phil does, okay? Like, if Phil gets criticized, Phil does not take that well because of his narcissism. And also remember, Phil is a single child, so he's brought up without a sense of, how can I put it? Phil doesn't know right from wrong, right? Phil has been spoiled. So Phil's always been told that, oh, you're a good boy, Phil. Yeah, you're right, regardless of if Phil is wrong. So when Phil has been told that you're wrong, you've been proven wrong, Phil goes into siege mode. Shout out piece of peace for siege mode, right? And then Internet Tough Guy Phil comes out, and he's going to yell at you on stream, and he's going to be like, fuck you, and you're an idiot, and I never want to see you, keep your fucking my name out of your fucking mouth. That's what Phil's going to do. Okay? Because he cannot take criticism. Rich is correct.
I wonder if that's happened in your life before, Phil. I would guarantee you it's probably has happened throughout your whole life, and you're kind of indirectly admitting it there. Maybe it's time for a change, Phil. Maybe the common denominator is you and not the other people around you. Yeah, there's plenty of crappy people on this planet.
Now, I've said this before. Okay, and sorry about all the commentary that I'm doing. That's what this video is going to be about. Remember, Phil has always been the common denominator. He got fired from the salad tossing job when he was 16 because he didn't show up for work. He got fired from Circuit City / Best Buy. He got fired from Wells Fargo. He got fired from the helicopter repair company. He got fired from Machinima. He got fired from Curse. He got fired from Blip TV. He got canned by Twitch. Right? Do you see a common thread here? Right, Phil? Like, take a step back, take a deep breath, and think about it. You've been fired from everything. Now, Rich too, if you actually look up Rich's employment history, he was fired too from Best Buy / Circuit City. And he did the exact same shit that Phil did. It's like, oh, they fired me. They had no reason to do it. And they fucked me over and blah, blah, blah. Rich has like the exact same work history as Phil. Okay? He's been canned from most of his jobs. YouTube has been basically the only career path that Rich has ever had.
Trust me, I know. But if you keep going through this scenario, what is the common theme? The common theme is you.
Punching down, if you ever heard of it. I don't know if you ever heard of it before. Down. All right, you're bigger than me. You're more popular than me. You got to be...
You said it. You see the punching down. You said it. You said punching down. I told you. I'm now a bully.
See, Phil repeats himself, right? This is the exact same thing from PewDiePie. It's the exact same thing from Keemstar. It's the exact same thing from Rich. They're punching down at Phil. Phil, you had the opportunity to be big like these guys are. Okay? And you admit it on your podcast this morning, which we'll look at afterwards. I said this is going to be a long video. Phil, you fucked your own career up on YouTube, okay? You made bad decisions by deleting all your videos, which you shouldn't have done. You disabled your comments. Those are all things that you've done. You could have been up there with these guys with 1 million subscribers, making a lot of money, but you fucked it up because you didn't know how to run your business. Rich got lucky, right? Rich has 1 million subscribers. He gets a lot of views. even though his content is shit just like Phil's, and he's failed at the review tech side of things, he's now a drama content creator, which brings in a lot of views and a lot of money.
He's using the bully card. Pat the NES Punk has said the same thing too before. You know, here is my rule. I would never tell anyone to go after someone personally. I would never tell anyone to go into their personal lives. I would never have any of my audience go and I would condemn them going to bother another person. But here,
Rich, that's a lie. Okay? You've doxed people. You've had people in your chat dox people. You have picked fights with other YouTubers. Do not fucking lie there, Rich. You've done the exact same shit that Phil has done in the past, right? Phil allows Superhound to content strike channels. He's talked with OIC in DMs and on Discord that just don't let it find its way back to me. And OIC will even attack Phil's own audience and his moderators as well as detractors. He plays both sides. But Rich, you've done the exact same thing as well. So do not fucking lie about that.
here is my thing. Here is my golden rule. I don't care if you have 1,000 subscribers or you have more subscribers than Mr. Beast. You are a public figure if you're on the internet, and everyone is allowed to either praise you for something that you did that's positive or criticize you for something that you did that's dumb. If you don't like that, don't be a public figure. Because as soon as you go on the internet, congratulations, you're a public figure. It's not bullying. It's not punching down. I'm very tired of when people say that.
When you do that shit, whether or not you actually believe it or not, it doesn't even matter. Now everyone who watches your shit thinks I'm a scumbag. All right? Because you watch...
No, they don't, Phil. And they can make their own choice. They may be like, you know what, maybe
No, Rich, Phil is a fucking scumbag. And let's just leave it at that.
he is using money for WWE Champions. I don't care. He entertains me. I like watching him beg for money. It's entertaining, so I'm going to continue to be a member. They're going to do whatever they want to do, Phil. They can make their own choices.
And then you pulled a publicity stunt on your stream to get attention for yourself and create drama for yourself so you can get clicks, you can get views, and you can make money for that day. All right? It's completely two-faced to do.
Phil, it's entertainment. You doing dumb things is entertaining. Let me tell you, if I wanted to get more viewership, talking about the Alex Jones trial would have gotten me more viewership and more money. It's, yeah, there is a crowd for you, Phil, but honestly, I'm personally fascinated. There's a lot of people that come into my streams and said, oh my God, he's talking about Phil again. I'm going to break review It's a Gundam USA. According to It's a Gundam, he's lost a girlfriend complaining about Phil. I'm sure he was probably joking. But yes, you are a fascinating specimen, Phil, that even though it may not be the popular topic to talk about, you just, every day you just do something new and amazing that people just have to tune in for, including me.
It's two-faced because you can't then the next day come back and say, oh, I'll throw Phil a super chat. You literally just on your stream said, I'm going to cancel my membership because I don't want to enable Phil.
I did, because I didn't want to support you monthly, but I did do the super chat to see your reaction the next day. I did do that. I wanted to see how you'd react to it, and you reacted exactly how I thought you would.
Because you can't then the next day come back and say, oh, I'll throw Phil a super chat. You literally just on your stream said, I'm going to cancel my membership because I don't want to enable Phil because this video makes it look like he's a gambler or whatever, and then come back the next day, oh, here's a super chat. All right? You want to know what you call that? An asshole. You're a asshole. And you did it to get yourself over, and I'm tired of your shit. All right?
Phil, you monetized Howard and John, okay? Then you waited 5 years after their video, you monetized them again, and then slandered Howard and John. Right, Phil? Like, that's exactly what you've done.
I didn't do it to get myself over, Phil. That documentary on you or detractor video had plenty of damning information in it. And I don't feel comfortable giving you a monthly membership. Yeah, I threw you a super chat the next day because I wanted to see how you would react. Actually, you ended up reacting to the non-super chat where I said, hey, Phil, do you realize talking about your fight? Because someone said in my stream, Phil is complaining about money again. We went to your live stream, not a detractors video, and you were complaining about money again. And all I said was, hey, Phil, this is your problem. If you stop doing this, a lot of your problems would go away. You banned me, you deleted my comment because you didn't want people to see it, which was nothing but an objective comment. I did not attack you in any way. And you shut me down, Phil. That's what you did.
I'm laying down the law. Rich, if this is how you're going to behave, I don't want you on my streams. I don't want you doing anything to do with me. I want you to leave me the fuck alone. Because I'm tired of your shit. I got enough stress in my life with all these pieces of shit around me trying to bring me down and make up all this shit about me constantly.
Phil, people would stop doing this if you stop talking about your personal finances and your personal life. The reason you deal with this amount of stress, take it from a guy who used to feed the trolls in 2016 on a daily basis. You want your level of stress to diminish significantly? Stop feeding the trolls. It is the best weapon that you could use, is doing nothing. People would tell me that for years upon years, and I was
Rich, you really haven't stopped doing that, okay? You still feed the trolls. You're still a LOLCOW. All right? What you're trying to do is you're doing what Phil is doing right now, where Phil is monetizing other LOLCOWs. Let it be fucking Wings of Redemption, LTG, yourself. That's how you make your money now, okay? And you create troll content. So don't say that you ignore the trolls when you don't. You egg them on because that's content for you to make money off of.
thick like you and didn't listen. And then one day, I'm like, you know what? These people are right. And I did it. And I stopped feeding the trolls. And you know what? The trolling against me has gone down like 98%. But you don't get that,
X to doubt, Rich. X to doubt.
Phil. You cause your own stress by bringing these problems on yourself. You swear that you don't talk about any, that I just want a drama-free stream. But by the way, guys, I have no money in my account and I can't get groceries the next day. That's not your audience's problem. You're there to entertain. If you're entertaining enough and they feel like they should support you, they're going to. That's your job. Your job is to be entertaining, not to guilt your audience into giving you money. If you stop guilting them, all of this would go away. But you can't understand that. I told you that in a regular chat. You deleted it and blocked me because you don't want to hear the truth.
It's not, oh, this is one example. This has been going on for the longest time. You can look at a history of conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy thrown my way over the years, and they're all bullshit. And I'm not addressing them anymore. There's no point. And when you...
The only conspiracy that I can think of that was bullshit was the escort saga. But I'll get into that during Phil's stream, because even though there was no escort, there was an escort. All right, and I'll explain it when we get to that point.
You give publicity to the conspiracy on your stream,
Yeah, Phil, I know. Like, the people said that you had a hooker back in the day and you didn't have a hooker. Like, people have made up terrible things, but those usually kind of fizzle out. They fizzle out. Like, even where I had gastric bypass, it gets brought up once in a while, but it's generally fizzled out when it's a pile of crap. The WWE Champions thing did not fizzle out, Phil, because there's not just a granule of truth to it. There's an entire pile of sand of truth to it. Watch that documentary on your stream. Again, you talk about this stuff. You talk about your personal financial woes. That's why this stuff happens. So you can't talk about it, and then when other people look into the fact that if you actually have personal financial woes, get pissed off at them because you're the one who planted the seed for people to look into it. Again, I don't condone them going into your bank accounts. That was flat out wrong. But you bring this drama on yourself, and you don't realize it, and that's why everyone can't stop talking about you, because it's amazing.
So, I'm going to lay down the law, Rich. Either you apologize to me for what you did, or and never come back to my streams.
That's the narcissism. you'll see this with a narcissist. Like, if you get banned from Phil's chat, so when Snow Carl got banned, okay, in order for Snow Carl to come back, he has to write a written apology to Phil and then email it to Phil, and then Phil will unban you. That's a narcissist, okay? I have an issue with my brother right now. My brother is a mega narcissist, probably more so than Phil. He wants a written apology from my parents and myself in order for us to see my nephew or their grandson. Okay? I've gone a little bit into it in a prior video. It's not something I want to get into right now, but let's just say that my brother and my sister-in-law are a piece of fucking work. And they may actually be worse than Phil.
It's one or the other. You can't have it both ways. I'm not even saying you have to be a fan or say you believe or disbelieve in what you watch. I don't give a but you need to apologize to me for trying to fucking get publicity and drama and clickbait views on my behalf.
Okay, Phil. I'm going to speak to you here, directly to you, you gouty motherfucker. Should you not apologize to John, Howard, your parents, your adopted sister/cousin, Leanna, for all the shit that you have done over the years? Stealing money from them, monetizing family deaths. Do you think that you should apologize? Because those are things that you have done, and they're undeniable, Phil. Okay? So I think what you should do when you watch this video, because I know you're going to watch this fucking video, or one of your cucks are going to watch this video, get on the phone, call John, call Howard, call your parents, call Leanna, call Melissa, do a seance for your aunt and uncle, and fucking apologize to them. Okay? If you want an apology from Rich, you should apologize to the people that you have affected in your own fucking life.
Tired of your shit. Alright? I don't want anything to do with you anymore if this is how you're going to behave. People have been saying it in my chat. It's like bipolar.
No, it's not like bipolar. I said this before. It's one day you do something stupid, one day you actually say something smart on Twitter, or the trolls take something over the top, and I'm like, nah, he didn't really do anything wrong. We're not on teams, Phil. I'm not going to try to spin when you do something dumb one day into something positive, so, I could still be in your good graces. This is the internet, man. When you do something dumb, I'm going to call you out on it. When you do something that's not dumb or smart, I'm going to praise you for it. That's objectivity. It's not being bipolar. You just think that anyone who doesn't side with you completely at all times is an enemy of yours. You kind of remind me of some...
Rich, you do the same thing. Don't lie about it, okay? You do the same thing. People that call you out, you content flag them, okay? You ban people from your chat for calling you out. So don't fucking lie.
Other people that pee in their basements and are thoroughly tickled.
I am thoroughly tickled.
And you love my shit and you'll throw super chats. The other day, Phil's a terrible person and, I gotta cancel my...
Never said you were a terrible person. Said you have a problem, but I never said you were a terrible person. I never said you were a terrible person, Phil.
Then don't come back. Because when you do this, you derail my content. You actually make my viewers say, what's going...
I derail his content. Not him sitting here ranting and raving for like 20 plus minutes in his podcast, in his level 1 podcast. That's not derailing his stream. That's not derailing his stream, him crying about it. Me, other people reacting to stuff that if he just ignored it and went on with his day would actually be the right thing to do. We're the derailers, not him making a big to-do about it and totally taking away the focus of his stream from games to him complaining about this, which is what you're doing, Phil. You're complaining instead of having a chill stream. This is derailing. You are the one derailing right now, Phil. You
Rich, man, stop fingering that fucking pop can.
This is the definition of derailing. When you look up derailing in the dictionary, they're going to see your face with the fat face next to derailing. This is as derailing comes.
It should be either you're going to support or you're going to Not one day I'm your friend, one day I'm an enemy, whatever benefit.
It's not being one day being a friend, one day being an enemy.
It is to Phil, Rich. That's what you need to understand about Phil. You're either a friend or an enemy, and Phil doesn't want friends. Okay? He's made that perfectly clear. He has a wife. He doesn't need friends. Okay? So, you're a temporary ally to steal a quote from hackers. Okay? Or you're the enemy. And that is how Phil sees it, and that is how he will always see it.
But that's how you look at it. You are explaining this is why you are in the situation you're in. Because this is how you look at people. This is how you look at criticism. You have not grown as a content creator at all because you can't take criticism. Anyone who criticizes you or tries to give you suggestions, you look at it as an attack, mostly. And you prove it time and time again with things like this. This is from your stream, dude. I didn't get this from any kind of detractor. You're going to say I take... The whole stream is below in the description, too. So if you want to say I'm taking this out of context, by all means, go watch his full stream.
No. Sorry, I don't need any fair weather friends. I've had a lot of people like that in my life before. I don't need them. All right.
See? Just admits it. He doesn't need friends. He's got a wife. Right? Phil will only consider you a friend as long as he can make money off of you. That happened with John. It happened with Howard. It happened with Leanna. That is the extent of a friendship that Phil will use.
All right? So you make the decision for yourself, but you make it quick. Because I'm not going to...
I love how he's giving me an ultimatum here. Okay, Dad.
Act in one way, and then from the other side of your mouth on your stream, shitting all over me. All right? I'm just not. Make up your mind and make a decision quick, and we'll see what happens. But if you come on my stream again, all right, and you act like this, you're out of here.
Phil, I got absolutely nothing to apologize to you for. You're a public figure. I'm a public figure. Steel Toe Morning Show talks about you. It's a Gundam talks about you. Countless other creators have talked about you. Total Biscuit, God rest his soul, has talked about you. PewDiePie has talked about you. Keemstar has talked about you. There's reasons that people continue to talk about you because you are amazing, Phil. There's nothing to apologize to you for here. You have to you will never understand that you are your own worst enemy and you just can't take criticism. If you took criticism, there's a chance right now, Phil, you would be a multi-millionaire and you would be one of the most relevant people on this platform. But because you didn't listen to anybody and you were too stubborn and headstrong and full of yourself to listen, you are now here telling people to tip you so you could get groceries the next day. There's no apology I need to give you, Phil. Kiss my ass. And yes, me and many others are going to continue to laugh at the dumb crap you do because you keep running into that wall and we'll keep laughing as you're doing it. Sorry, Phil. Welcome to the internet. This is Rich of Review Tech USA signing out. Have a good one.
Okay, so that was Rich's attack, basically, at Phil. Now what we're going to do is we're going to look at Phil's response from today's Level 1 GoCast. Now, unfortunately, you can see the production value differences between Rich's streams and videos compared to Phil's. Phil uploaded this, and it's only 360p quality. Sorry, I can't do anything better than this because this is Phil's own shitty content. Now, this goes on for a while, and like I said, this is going to be a long video. We're already an hour and a half in. I expect it to go for another hour and a half. So, put your children to bed, because I'm going to give you one warning here. Lock your doors. Phil gets very, very toxic and very, very agitated. He rocks back and forth like an autistic child. During this, he comes up with some massive, massive fucking lies, and he attacks everyone on this Goutcast. Keemstar, PewDiePie, etc., etc. So, prepare yourself, and away we go.
It's later, but maybe I'm wrong, okay? Oh, I see. Eternal brought the real news. He says, the real news for this morning, all right, is that Blackpink announced their new album. So now let's talk about that. No. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to get to the subject matter at hand, all right? And then after that, we're going to do shout-outs for contributions. and end the show. I basically saved an hour for this. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna go an hour. I hope not. All right, but excuse me. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been around for 14 years making content on the internet. I've seen highs and lows, ups and downs. I certainly have a storied history on YouTube and on Twitch as both a content creator that's on-demand content and a live streamer. I've been there, done that. All right, and I've seen a lot of contemporaries come and go in my time as a content creator. All right. Rich, also known as Review Tech USA, interestingly enough, all right, has a lot of similarities to me as a content creator if you look at his history, okay? If you actually look way back when, back in the day, now I don't even know if these videos that he used to put up are still live, but he used to put up videos just like me, of him just vlogging normal daily stuff, talking to a camera, sharing his thoughts. At one point, he was sitting outside of a potential job, about to go in for a job interview. Okay? And he's talking about his thoughts about going in for this.
Phil, at least he's trying, or was trying, to get a job instead of sitting on his fat fucking ass like you do and refuse to get a job while begging for money on the internet.
This job interview in the car, and it's like a really meaningful moment in a video where you can have that kind of like, we've all kind of been there. You know what I mean? We've all been walking into a job interview and we felt nervous. And when you watch content like that from Rich, you kind of get that kind of feeling. Wow, you can actually like put yourself in his shoes and have a empathetic moment. A moment where basically you kind of feel the same as the guy who put out the video. You know what I'm saying? He started out like that. Humble beginnings, much like me. He had no aspirations to be a ginormous YouTuber or super popular content creator or anything like that. He kind of stumbled into it over the years. In fact,
that's false, Phil. Rich had a plan, okay? He knew what he was going to do. He was going to do video game and tech reviews and then branch out from there, which he has done. You, Phil, have been doing the exact same fucking shit for the last 14 years. You play games, you beg for money. You play games, you beg for money. The only thing new that you're doing now is you have this level 1 podcast that you slander, you harass content creators, game developers, etc., etc. And you monetize dead friends, your family, and feign distress, okay?
Many years ago, all right, many years ago, there were people who would kind of talk to and criticize both of us as content creators in our formative years as YouTubers. I actually forget the name of the fucking guy, because there used to be a guy who was a real dick to me for no real reason. I didn't even know who he was, but he would always like talk shit about me and my content.
Phil knows who the guy is. He just doesn't want to mention him so that his viewers go and start watching that content and then make a decision that, you know what, Phil really is a fucking horrible human being. Maybe I shouldn't be supporting him. So that's why Phil doesn't want to name drop him yet.
Content, but he was a YouTuber too, and he basically said to Rich, when Rich was just becoming a YouTuber, all right, and just starting to do it for a job, a living. Oh, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You can't use YouTube as a job. You can't trust that or whatever. This is ridiculous. You should always have a job outside of YouTube because YouTube will never amount to anything. And I actually remember Rich,
look at this. Phil is so nervous. He's so agitated that he cannot contain himself. And he's rocking back and forth like an autistic child. And if you watch him, when he looks down and to the left, he is eagle-eyeing fucking chat like you won't believe. Waiting for anybody to call him out. Okay? And then who's ever modding for Phil, it's a straight ban.
I remember Rich saying in a video, okay, well, I don't know about this guy saying that, but to me, YouTube is the only real consistency I've had in employment in my life. Like, all other jobs that I've had didn't mean a thing, kind of, inconsistent. YouTube's the one thing that I've been doing for a couple of years, and it seems to be working out for me. So it seems like the opposite of what this guy is saying. He's saying, don't trust YouTube. It'll never be a consistent form of employment. It could go away at any moment. But for me, it's been the opposite experience, right?
Really hasn't, Phil. Okay, you lost your AdSense in 2010. You had to get put under the machinima umbrella in order to get monetized again on YouTube. You lost that, ended up on Curse. You lost that, ran to fucking Twitch because you couldn't monetize your channels until you can scam away back into YouTube with AdSense by using multiple AdSense accounts, and we'll discuss that here right away. Phil, you are eventually going to get banned from YouTube because of the scams, the slander, the bullying, the hateful slurs that you do towards your viewers. You will get banned. What are your options after that? You can run back to Twitch, but you're not even going to get affiliate, meaning all you can do is beg for tips. You can't get bits, you can't get cheers. Where are you going to go to make money? You're unemployable. You haven't been at a job in 14 years. You can't put any of your other prior jobs that you've had on your resume because you've been fired from every single one. So how do you plan to make money for your so-called family if YouTube cans your ass?
And you know what? I completely agree with that. If you take a look at my history as a content creator, even though there's been ups and downs, you know, lefts and rights, highs and lows, as they say. I used to call it the wave of popularity, where sometimes you're at a high and sometimes you're at a low, and you ride those waves up and down to survive, right? Being a content creator on the internet has absolutely been the most consistent and dependable thing I've ever done. I've now done it in general for 14 years as a hobby. And
again, Phil, you're full of shit there. You have to constantly beg to make money. I don't have to do that. I get up 4 a.m, I go to work. It's 8:30 my time. I gotta be up at 4, guys, and this is probably gonna go on for like another hour and a half. I get up, I go to work. I do my work, I work some overtime, I come home. I don't have to beg anybody for any money and hope that I can pay my bills this month. First of the month comes, I pay all my bills for the month. You, on the other hand, you will make sure that your mortgage payment's late, paying a late fee. You'll then go and beg for money, saying that my most 2 important bills, my condo dues and my internet bill. Your mortgage isn't even, you don't even consider your mortgage an important bill. Then you're going to beg for money so you can take Cat out to a restaurant. You really think that's important when you can't pay your mortgage on time, Phil? Think about that one.
for 11 years, actually at this point, almost 12 years as a job, okay? That's the longest I've ever held a job.
It's not a job, Phil, okay? Let's just put it that way right now. It's not a job to you because you're a horrible gamer, for one. You don't want to play games anymore because you are a horrible gamer and you get laughed at every single time you play it. It's not a job, Phil. You just refuse to actually get a job, so you call it a job. You go and publicly register your company, doxing your address, okay? You don't think about your actions before you act. You just act on them, which gives us content to create. It is not a job, Phil. You roll your fat ass out of bed in your Sonic pajamas, you jump on stream, you hard beg for money, you slander content creators, you slander game developers, you slander everybody else. And you try not to improve. On purpose, you do not improve your life. And then you cope about, oh, I'm the happiest in my life I've ever been. Bullshit. You're in a loveless marriage with a cat that you hate and you're allergic to. And you gotta make sure, you gotta beg for money in order to pay those fucking bills every month. I would hate to have your life, Phil, where I'm stressing every day about, shit, is my internet gonna get cut off? Am I gonna get evicted? Am I gonna get foreclosed on again? Do I have to announce bankruptcy again? I don't worry about that shit. Sure, I'd love to make more money. We all would. But I don't have to worry about, man, I'm not gonna be able to pay my bills next month. I can pay my bills. I look after my parents. You don't do jack shit. You look after yourself.
So it's weird, right? When you look at those parallels between me and Rich as content creators on YouTube, there's actually a lot of similarities there, okay? But you guys know me, and you know the kind of content creator I am, right? I keep
Yeah, you're an e-beggar and a fucking liar. That's the kind of content creator you are, Phil.
to myself. I very rarely reach outside of the realm of my own stream, my own channel, right? I don't do collaborations with other YouTube.
Bullshit. You're doing reaction content, Phil. You're reaching outside of your own channel to make money. You monetize your friends. You monetize your family. You slander game developers. You slander other content creators. You do that on a daily fucking basis, Phil. And you do that to make money.
YouTubers, right? There's no crossovers. There's no podcast that I regularly appear on as a guest.
There are people that will do that with you, Phil. They will do that, but you're too fucking paranoid to do that content because you know that the questions they're going to ask you, and you cannot lie in front of them because they're going to prove you wrong. You could do that, Phil. You could have collabs with Wings, with LTG, with Rich, Keemstar, but you refuse. You turned down a $50,000 sign-on bonus to do a podcast with Wings and Ethan, produced by Keemstar, because of your so-called morals that you don't have because you con handicap people on your stream. Okay? So cut the fucking bullshit. Right off the bat, Phil, you are lying to your viewers.
There's none of that, right? It's just I'm here every day on a stream, talking with you guys, chilling, relaxing, having a good time with my audience. The personal interactions we have mean the world to me. That's all I ever aspire to have. I'm not looking to ever get bigger. I just want to be happy doing what I love and be able to make a living doing it. And now,
again, sorry about all the pausing, but again, X to doubt, Phil. X to doubt. You want to grow your channel, but you don't want to be bigger? What? You're contradicting yourself in the same fucking sentence. You want to grow DSP gaming because you lost all the fucking shit you had on Twitch because of your stupidity. And now you want to grow DSP gaming, but you don't want to grow DSP gaming. What is it, Phil?
I have to worry about all this kind of shit, like finances and the like, that sadly has been a huge thing in my life, especially in the last 5 years. Okay? And the weird thing about all of that, all right, is that in my journey, 14 years as a content creator, and as I've mentioned on this podcast already, there's absolutely been times when I've taken shots at other content creators like PewDiePie and the like because I'm jealous. I will openly admit that, okay? But
No fucking shit, Phil.
also over the years, there's been times when other content creators either come up as a topic of discussion on my streams, nothing to do with me. Half the time, I don't even know who the people are that are being referenced until they become a meme in my chat, and then I'm kind of forced to understand.
That's an X to doubt there, Phil. You used to go to conventions, so you know who these people are. God, that's a fucking bad pause, guys. I'm sorry about that. You know who all these content creators are. Don't fucking kid your fucking audience, okay? You're jealous because you don't have a fucking creative bone in your body. Whereas these other content creators, Keemstar, PewDiePie, Rich, their content grows as they have grown. Okay, their content changes. They come up with new ideas. They can do collabs with other content creators. Whereas you refuse to because of your paranoia and your narcissism. It's not about you. Okay? You can grow your channel, Phil, by doing other content with other creators. You can bring Wings on and you guys can play fucking Rainbow Six or Call of Duty together, right? And Wings can laugh at you and we can laugh at Wings, right? You can play LTG and Street Fighter, right? You can do members only content, which is simple, very easy to do. But we know why you won't do that because of your Apex Legends video where you got fucking carried and everybody laughed at you because you sucked at the game. So you never do those. You don't want to do members only gameplay again. Okay? Do not lie, Phil. You're right off the start. It's just massive lies, and these lies are going to get bigger as the podcast goes on.
who they are. I mean, that's what happened with Wings of Redemption for sure. I never even heard of the guy. So you guys started regularly referencing him in my content. Like, I don't know what you're even talking about, but I guess now I need to know because it's a thing all my viewers talk about. But in the case of Review Tech USA, all right, this is a guy who, even though I never really had any contact with the guy or any interaction, over the years, always seems to bring me up in his content, okay? Most of the time in a negative light, although there have definitely been exceptions to that, okay? There have been times when he actually does bring me up in a positive light and or seems to stick up for me dependent on a situation, all right? And I'll give you some examples.
Now, we all know why Rich did that, okay? Rich wanted to get in DSP's good graces so that he can bring him on for a interview, okay? Rich wasn't doing that out of the goodness of his heart, okay? Let's not kid ourselves here. Rich had a purpose behind it, okay? And Rich is a drama content creator, and Phil creates a lot of drama. So when drama content creators bring up Phil, it's because he's the content catalyst, that like what Shinko has told us before in the past. So, Phil, you're a fucking idiot if you don't understand this.
You know, there was one point when I was getting false strikes against DSP Gaming, all right? And I'm not exactly sure what the situation was at this point because it was years and years ago, all right? Years and years ago, all right? And basically, I came out publicly and I said, listen, my livelihood's at stake because I'm getting these false strikes from Sega. I don't feel they're legit.
This Sega fall strike, this is like the first time I'm ever hearing it. It's Ubisoft, not Sega, Phil. Ubisoft. You can't even get your own fucking history straight.
I think Sega is overreaching here. If Sega has an issue with me, Sega should take me to court and sue me. In fact, I dare Sega to take me to court for gameplay videos of their game because I feel this needs to be hashed out in court. It needs to be determined.
Don't do that, Phil. Don't do that. Because one day somebody is going to take you to court, and that'll be it. Okay? Sole proprietorship. That means not even your personal life is safe. If you were to register the company as an LLC, your personal life would have been covered. But because you're under a sole proprietorship, your personal life and your sole proprietorship, your business, are one and the same. They can put a lien on your condo. You're fucked.
Determined in court that fair use is fair use and people can do let's plays or playthroughs. Do it. I dare you. Sue me. Go for it. Let's actually have this go to court and be established that it's legal or not so we don't have this gray area forever and everyone gets...
Fair use, Phil. Fair use, right? Your content is fair use, Phil. But you accuse us detractors, people that clip your content, of doing illegal means on copyright. But it's okay for you to do it. And that's the common trope with you, Phil. It's okay for you to slander, harass, skirt copyright laws, like using the Level 1 podcast or using the detractor outro. That's okay for you to do it. But if I do it, it's illegal. Ooh.
Hit with false strikes. Okay? Now, I don't remember when exactly this was. This was probably years and years and years ago. I don't remember the specifics. But I specifically remember Review Tech USA covering the story on his channel and saying positive things about me. Wow, Phil has balls for doing this.
Now remember, looking to the right, Phil is making it up. If he looks to the left, that means he's getting it from memory. So we can tell when Phil is lying.
Good for him for sticking to his guns. It's ridiculous that everyone gets to do Let's Plays, but he's getting stricken down now. It's interesting when he covers things like that in a positive light, okay? But, man, more often than not, this guy will cover you in a negative light whenever it's a slow day for him in order to have something to talk about in his content, all right? And the reason that I feel that this is kind of sad, all right, is here's why. As you guys know, all right, as a content creator, I've pretty much done the same thing for 14 years. I cover video games, I play them from start to finish, I do live commentary on them, and I share that with you. Now, definitely that's changed over the years. I went from being on demand to live streaming. I went from ignoring my streaming audience to having full interaction with my streaming audience.
False. You do not have full interaction with your streaming audience. You only allow them to talk about you or the game you're playing. You do not do members-only content where you play with members. That's not interaction, Phil. Okay? You sitting there playing a video game and talking about your scat fetish, slandering other content creators and game developers is not interacting with your audience. Okay? If they want to ask you about music, that's not their fault that you don't know anything about music. Okay? They want to talk about a movie or a TV show, that's not their fault that you're too scared to go to the movie theater because you're afraid that there's going to be a detractor sitting behind you laughing at you the entire time. Okay? Your content hasn't changed over the years. The only thing that you changed is going from on-demand to live streaming. That is it. And you had to do that because everybody else moved over to that. If you were still only doing on-demand content, God, you would be irrelevant. You would be left in the dust. You wouldn't even be here today.
Right? These days, I'm diversifying my content. I'm doing some React content. I'm doing more marathon-style content. We got new series branching out from old series, like Feasting with the King as opposed to just DSP Tries It, right?
There's no difference between Feasting with the King or DSP Tries It, okay? You can make the argument that, yes, Phil does only fast food with DSP Tries It over Gouting with the King. It really isn't that different, Phil. It's just you trying to eat food with your rotten, disgusting teeth, wincing in pain, and then begging for money. Like today, how you say, oh, you know, if I order from Burger King, it's going to be $7. It's going to be $7 if you go into the place or not, Phil. All you're doing is you're paying for the delivery fee plus tip. We've looked it up. We looked it up when we were on King Jad's stream. Shout out to King Jad. Okay? In store, the burger was still $7. And you're going to have to order the burger, you're going to have to order fries, a drink, and you're going to have to order something for Cat. Like a soggy bun and maybe some water.
I've been telling you guys I do want to eventually branch out and do more variety of content in the long term because I know I'm 40 years old and I can't just game constantly. All right? But in general, outside of the times changing in the last 14 years and my commentary style becoming a lot more tame, being more meaningful and interactive with you guys, now it's more about us having a fun and meaningful conversation and reacting to what we see in a game rather than me trying to fill every moment of dead air in a video game playthrough with a joke or a rude, lewd comment. I'm not like how I used to be, and I'm happy about that. I feel
You're a lot worse than you used to be, Phil. Okay, you don't care anymore. All you want to do is come on stream and beg. Okay, you do not want to interact with your audience. You don't let them talk about off-topic shit. Like, when I do my live stream, when I'm doing my restreaming of Phil, we talk about computers with bank leaks and everything. I talk about DC films and comics with Lewis. Heather and I talk about World of Warcraft on the last stream. Okay? We talk about a ton of topics, whereas Phil only wants to center on his gameplay and how great he is as a content creator.
I feel that in the 14 years I've been a content creator, I've actively tried to improve myself for the better. And if you actually want to see evidence that that's happened, all you need to do is look at my trolls. All right? Back in the day, my trolls used to be hyper-focused on how I was very successful, but my content sucked. Okay?
That hasn't changed, Phil. You're not very successful because you have nothing to show for it. Your content still sucks. You have a low-quality 360p, 480p camera because you say if you enable 1080p, then your CPU usage goes to 90%, but I proved that wrong. Okay? Your content hasn't changed. Your detractors, we still cover this exact same shit. Right? Your racism on stream, which, again, just happened 2 weeks ago when you were doing that rant about the slave trade, Phil, that had absolutely fucking nothing to do with your stream or the gameplay. It's just the first thing that came to mind because you're a racist. And you are a racist. Okay? Your stuff hasn't changed. You haven't changed. You've just got fatter and older as time has gone on. And that is it.
Oh, Dark Side Phil's content. All he does is insult game developers, say sexualized humor, racial humor, things that shouldn't be acceptable. How dare he be popular for doing that? It's lowbrow comedy. He really shouldn't be popular. Okay? So over the years, I change my content to be more interactive, more modern, taking out all of that crap. And now the criticism is
more modern. 480p webcam, while the rest of us are streaming in 4K or 1080p. You haven't done anything, Phil. You haven't improved your stream one bit. You threw a fucking bunch of empty boxes behind you on TV trays with towels over them. Your stream setup is horrible. Using Sweet Home 3D, I remodeled your entire streaming room for you to make it look professional. Nice and clean, streamlined, open airflow. Here you are sitting in your fucking doorway in your closet. You look like a fucking idiot, Phil.
well, we can't criticize the content anymore because Phil doesn't do any of those things that we used to be critical of. So now we have to find other things to criticize him for that have absolutely nothing to do with the content he puts out. So you see the difference here? Over the years of 14 years that I've been a content creator, it went, the content Phil makes is shit. He needs to improve as a content creator and a person. So that happened, but the trolls need something to do. So now they have to focus in on shit outside of the content. The personal life, the things behind the scenes, things that have nothing to fuck to do with the content that I put out on a daily basis.
But Phil, that is the content you put on a daily basis. You feign distress. You beg for money because you can't buy groceries. Jasper needs pet supplies. Right? You have fake medical scams that you pull on your streams. Like you having gout while eating fucking Sonic burgers. Or post-nasal drip when you actually just have cat allergies. Or your fake ear infections that never occurred. Because if they did, they just don't disappear, Phil. Okay? Nothing has changed. Okay, you're still a liar. You're still an e-beggar. Your stream still looks like shit. Your content's still shit.
And that's what they focus on. Okay? So, that, if anything, that's a testament to the fact that I've changed for the better over the years. All right? Rich is a sad story. All right? At least in my opinion. And what I should tell you here is that everything I'm about to say is my opinion. Okay? It's not fact. It's my subjective opinion.
Whoa. Good pause there, guys. Clip that shit. It's not your opinion, Phil. It's called slander and harassment and defamation. Okay? Rich is not a sad story. Yes, Rich is a lolcow. Rich is a liar. He's a scammer. He's a con man. He does the exact same things you do. Rich is way, way, way more successful than you are. He is leaps and bounds ahead of you when it comes to content creation. We just saw on Rich's stream. He's in 4K. You're in 360p. Okay? He's got 2 screens behind him with different shit on them, although one's got Putin on one side and a critical error on the other. Okay? But his streaming setup is way, way better than yours. It's got color to it. It's not washed out. It's vibrant. And here you are saying that Rich is a sad story when he makes way more money doing the exact same bullshit that you do. Think about that one, Phil.
I must preface it saying that this is not me saying this is objectively the end-all be-all. If you like Review Tech USA and you like the content he puts out, good for you. Enjoy it, I'm not here to tell you not to watch the guy. I'm not here to take $1 out of this guy's pocket or review off of any of his videos or streams. Let him be successful. I don't care. All right? However,
Technically, right now, Phil, you are monetizing Rich. This segment is monetized, and you're slandering, harassing Rich right now. So that's exactly what you're doing.
Rich has made a concerted effort to pull me into his world many times over the years, which I'm about to talk about. And recently, he's actually made a concerted effort to try to pull himself into my own streams and content, which I don't appreciate, because then he always tries to spin it into a way that he gets over and gets something positive out of it, while I end up being basically the victim of the situation.
Narcissism at its finest, right? Because Rich appeared in Phil's stream, the stream is no longer just about Phil, and now Phil is the victim. Classic narcissism.
And I'm the one that has to put up with the negative backlash. Today that ends. Okay? Like I said earlier, there's one thing, you heard me annoyed. There's times when you've heard me slam a controller. I'm pissed. Alright? So Rich, you did this to yourself. I warned you. I tried to be nice to you. I tried to be reasonable with you. You didn't want to be a reasonable person. You just wanted to get clickbait views on your garbage content on my behalf.
Phil, this is clickbait. Okay? You labeled it. Take a look here. Level 1 podcast. An end to drama that is Review Tech USA. Good riddance. Clickbait. Clickbait drama. Drama's right in the fucking... Look at this. Right here. Drama. Drama. It's monetized. You're lying, Phil. Again, but that's typical for a fucking pathological liar and a narcissist like yourself.
So as of now, I'm laying down the law, and this segment I'm about to do on this podcast, all right, will be the end-all be-all of what I have to say about you. After today, I never even want to hear about you ever again. You don't exist to me, okay? Okay. So, ahem.
Look at that. You see that smirk on his face there? Because he thinks he's going to pull one over on Rich, but it's just going to end up making him look more like a fucking moron and a loser like Phil is. Much like Rich. But Rich is way more successful loser than Phil.
Review Tech USA used to be a guy who reviewed tech in the USA. That's his name. That's the premise of his channel. That's what he was supposed to be. That's what he wanted to be. That's what he aspired to be, a tech reviewer. That's what his hobby was. That's what he loved. He used to have jobs that had to do with technology. In fact, if I remember correctly, the video I referenced where he's sitting outside of a job waiting to get interviewed was a tech job. Like, I don't know if it was selling PC components or whatever it may be, right? That's what it...
Phil, you have a business degree. But you couldn't keep a job in business. You got fired. Think about that, Phil. Business degree, slandering, harassing, and e-begging on the internet. That is what you do now.
But it was. That's his thing. Okay? He failed. He's a failure as what he wanted to do on the internet.
How? He's got 1 million subscribers, Phil. Okay? He's on Cameo. He's got Twitch, Patreon, YouTube. What do you have, Phil? You have YouTube, and you're forced to support your Patreon that you wanted to use as a GoFundMe, which was against TOS, which I almost, thanks to my email, you almost lost your Patreon. So if Rich is such a failure, how is he more successful than you are? Yes, he's changed his content. He's now a drama YouTuber rather than Review Tech USA. You have the Level 1 podcast, Phil, where you just slander and harass other content creators and game developers. And you're still failing.
You can't dispute this. You just can't. You look at his history doing that. And sadly, what ended up happening was YouTube changed a lot over the years. Let's be honest. Can you blame Rich for being a failure of a reviewer of tech? I don't think you can, because YouTube changed so negatively over the years. It changed to a site where you had to have the clickbait title, the thumbnail with the stupid face reacting, the drama content to get noticed. You have.
It really didn't, Phil. You just need to know how to create your content. And sadly, you don't know how to create content. You don't want to put thumbnails on your videos. You don't want to use edited content, right? You don't want to do any hard work. Whereas Rich does hard work. Rich does edited content. Rich does thumbnails on his video.
Had to, or else you had to adapt in another way. Whether you became a live streamer that was reliant on crowdfunding, whether you got a ridiculous amount of sponsors over the years, you know, it all kind of came to a head in 2017 when the adpocalypse happened. But
okay, let's just talk about the adpocalypse here for a second. The only one it really negatively affected was Phil. Why did it negatively affect Phil? Because in 2017 he lost his curse. He didn't have an AdSense account at the time because he had his AdSense account banned back in 2010, so he had to move over to Twitch. He couldn't make ad revenue on YouTube at the time until he scammed AdSense by using other people's AdSense accounts to monetize his channels. Then he just used them as archives, which I got rid of thanks to my AdSense video back in December. I can't go into specifics on that, but the reason, like, Phil no longer is monetized on KO Gaming or King of Hate Vlogs. He only has DSP Gaming. If he fucks that up, he's screwed.
the writing was on the wall before then as well, that people kind of saw the downward spiral YouTube was going into. You know, when I started out as a YouTuber, you know, it was the days of milk and honey. And what I mean by that is the ad revenue was flowing like a fucking river. You could put out a video that would get 50,000 views and you'd make hundreds of dollars on it. So I would go buy a sandwich from Burger King, eat it, put the video out, and make $200. Holy shit.
Holy shit. Where did all that money go, Phil? Explain that one to us. Where did all the money go? If you had all this, if you had this river of cash flowing in, why didn't you invest the money? Instead, you just spent it all. You blew it on fucking statues and action figures and shit. You fucked up.
I didn't put any effort into it. I was just fucking around and I made $200 on a video. All right? But over time, that all went away. And so Rich, who wanted to be a reviewer of tech on YouTube, struggled being a reviewer of tech on YouTube when he saw all of his contemporaries changing.
The contemporaries really haven't changed, okay? You have more successful tech YouTubers like Steve and the crew at Gamers Nexus, Jay and the crew at Jay's 2 Cents. You have Bitwit, Paul's Hardware, Hardware Canucks, Linus and his crew. So it is a very tough market to get into. And unfortunately, Rich really wasn't talented when it came to tech. I'd love to do it. I'd love to make my own tech channel. You've seen my computer hardware talk, my knowledge and everything like that. I'd love to do it, but it would be difficult because of the YouTubers that are already doing it that are way more successful. So, Phil, all you do is you play video games, and there's millions and millions and millions of YouTubers that play video games on stream that have better setups than you, that talk to their audience, that get involved with their audience. And that is where you have failed. Rich has 10 times more the subscribers than you do.
Everyone around him had to become drama. All right? Now, I'm not saying that Rich didn't always talk about current events and things. He did. But that was not the major focus of what he wanted to do on YouTube. Why was his name Review Tech USA? Because he wanted to review technology, but he couldn't make a living doing it after a while. At first he was, all right? But then, out of all that time period of when everyone else, everything around him is this algorithm, right? He has to change. So, what ends up happening is that he starts looking at his contemporaries. things. He starts looking at guys like Drama Alert and Keemstar, and he starts seeing, man, if I just talk about news stories every day and I give my spin on them, right, then I could get views just based on that. And you know what?
Phil, what is the Level 1 podcast? That's exactly what you use Level 1 podcast for. You said you would never do reaction content. Now you're doing reaction content. Now you're doing more marathons because you know if you do a marathon, you're going to bring in money. So you're doing more marathons. Cleaning out your closet while trying to hide stuff coming out of your closet, like the Lemon PC that you don't want people questioning. You're now doing the exact same thing Rich did years ago. Because you are failing. And your channel's going to die. And there's nothing that you can do to save it.
But shit, that's a lot easier than doing in-depth reviews of technology. And by the way, it's becoming more popular than my actual review content. Me being a techie guy and reviewing stuff isn't popular anymore. I need to adapt with the times. And I need to become like these other drama queens on YouTube. Okay? And I hate to say it, it'll work. Because I don't like admitting that. Because I'm not like that, and you guys know that. You know, this is something that people ask me to do.
That's exactly what you're doing. Phil, like, who are you kidding? You are now doing drama reaction content. This whole entire podcast is labeled an end to the drama. You are doing drama content and monetizing it because it's successful.
Over the years, will you ever do drama videos? Will you do this? Will you do that? And I was always very, 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 very reluctant to do it because I said, I want to be true to myself. I want to keep putting out content that I know I like and I would enjoy watching myself. Content that I feel is meaningful to my audience. And even though it means I might have to adapt over time because certain things that used to be acceptable aren't acceptable anymore, I want to be putting out stuff that I can sleep at night and say, I'm okay with this. It was positive content. People got a good laugh or got something productive out of it. That's the kind of...
So what you're saying, Phil, is when you talk about the slave trade or using racial slurs or begging for money and lying to your viewers allows you to sleep at night. You can't buy groceries, but you're going to get into the fact that you had $9,000 that Boof stole from you, which in reality you had $143 in your account that wasn't touched. So this content allows you to sleep at night, Phil? Knowing that you're scamming handicapped people and children on your stream. And you want people to like you. You're a disgusting fucking human being, Phil.
Stuff that I want to do as a content creator. That's the legacy I want to leave behind, right? I don't think that just talking about current events all day and over dramatizing them for clickbait views and using the thumbnails, there's no content there. That's fluff. That's my opinion. You could disagree. You can like that shit, and I'm not going to tell you not to like it. But more power to you to watch what you like, okay? But I'm true to myself, you know? And I have to be. If I become a sellout, if I become a shill, if I become someone who conforms to all the norms to being popular on YouTube,
that is exactly what you're doing, Phil. You have shilled product in the packs. The beanbag chair, the gaming chair, Hori products. You've done that in the past, okay? You're selling out. You're doing reaction drama content on a weekly basis almost. Okay, you're doing multiple marathons trying to scam people out of more money. You lie constantly on stream for more money. That is exactly what you're doing. You need to understand that, Phil. You are a horrible person, both outside and on the inside.
I wouldn't like the content I'm putting out anymore, and then it just becomes the same as every other job I've ever done in my life, and I would hate it. You know, and to some extent, it did become that before I became an interactive live streamer. That happened to me. I was getting tired of just doing the offline commentary, and then when I became an interactive live streamer in 2017, things changed, okay? But to get back on the subject, okay? Rich, having to change his entire format of content to become primarily talking about current events and then eventually spinning that into drama content. Because even he realized just talking about current events isn't enough. Now you have to have a dramatic spin. And now all of a sudden it became less about current events and more about covering topics that were a little bit more hearsay, a little bit more gossip. Like I say, I really feel like over the years, Rich went from someone who wanted to put out legitimate content to someone who literally just wanted to make a buck. And he doesn't care what kind of content he puts out anymore as long as he's making a living doing it.
That's DSP gaming in a nutshell. You don't care about the content. You don't want to improve your content, Phil, but you want people to give you money constantly. 360p webcam right now. Rich does it in 4K. You do the same thing every day. You wake up at 10:45. You jump on the level 1 podcast, which you now have a cease and desist letter on because you're trying to steal it from Apple and that other creator. You're begging for money. You're creating drama content. Take a look in the mirror, Phil. That is you.
And essentially, what Rich has become over the years has been a true to his heart kind of a guy who makes stuff that he loves into a really bad, generic, knockoff Keemstar. That's what he is. Take a look at everything Rich does and tell me that he doesn't wish upon a fucking star every night that he would wake up the next day and he would be Keemstar. He would have the beard, he would live in the giant mansion, he would drive the fancy car. My God, does he wish that he was Keemstar.
You do too, Phil. Don't kid yourself. You wish you had millions of dollars like the fuck you money that Keem claims he has. That is exactly what you want to do. Don't kid yourself.
Every piece of evidence over the years of everything he's said and done leans towards that fact. That's who he aspires to be. He probably has a picture of Keemstar on his fucking bedroom ceiling, and he probably talks to him at night. Oh, I pray to Daddy Keem that tomorrow I could be more like you and get more clickbait views and do more shit. Because literally, that's his idol. Okay? All right? It just is. Okay? So, allow me to give you some examples of things that have happened over the years with me and Review Tech, and why I'm bringing this up today and why I'm putting an end to it as of today. All right. I don't know the...
It's not going to end today, Phil. I can guarantee you. This is not going to end. This is just round 1. That's all it is.
Guy, personally. I don't, I never really had any collaboration, nothing with this guy at all. Yet, over the years, he just keeps bringing me up. Allow me to explain to you, all right, why this guy is the most untrustworthy, bipolar, one day he's your best friend, the next day he's your biggest enemy just to get over kind of guy. All right? I'll give you a perfect example.
Sounds like you, Phil.
6 years ago, the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me happened live on a stream, unbeknownst to me. It was called The Incident, right? I don't have to go into detail about it because you all know what it was, right? The camera was left on inadvertently during a very embarrassing moment, all right? I've talked about this many different times, especially if you want the full details about it. You should actually watch my reaction to the Down the Rabbit Hole video about me from Frederick Knudsen. I did a whole full discussion about it on there, explaining the whole situation, how fucked up my life was at the time, and how it happened.
Yes. Because you wouldn't be the man Leanna needed you to be, you decided it's better just to jerk off. The girl you groomed wanted to be with you, but you would rather sit on stream and play video games and beg for money. That's what led to the moment, and you became the guy.
Okay? Rich comes out. Now, Rich, again, someone who had brought me up in a negative light in his content before, despite the fact I never knew who he was, all right? Actually made a video about it and actually said positive things about me. He says, you know what? I think Phil will be fine. Even though this could be the most embarrassing thing possible to happen to someone, I think he'll be all right. He has a dedicated fan base who likes his content regardless. They're not going to care about this. And it seems like he's spinning it in a way that's a joke, which is exactly what he should be doing. I'm positive that he's going to come out of this. It's not going to be a problem. And I appreciate when something like that happens because, man, again, that was a low for me. The most embarrassing thing in my life to this point. That is definitely the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. And it could have been the end for me. And to see that he didn't dogpile on me like a lot of other people did, including Keemstar, okay, was actually a breath of fresh air, okay? And you think, wow, maybe this...
Did you really expect content creators on YouTube, Phil, not to talk about it? Of some e-beggar jerking off on stream. Did you seriously believe that? The only reason Rich did it is because he wanted to get an interview with you. That's why he was polite about the situation. It's not like he was trying to be your friend, Phil. Like, you're so oblivious to that fact. Like, you truly must be retarded.
Guy is a little different than the others. And then a month later, Rich makes a video on his channel. DSP Gaming is dying. His views are plummeting. His business is collapsing at the seams. Drastic action needed to rescue DSP Gaming or he will be gone from YouTube.
That's exactly what happened. You got booted from Curse. You couldn't get monetized on YouTube anymore. You ran to Twitch. That actually happened, Phil. That was correct. And now you're back on YouTube because you burnt your bridges with Twitch. And your site is failing. Rich was right. You just don't want to admit it.
What prompted this flippant attitude? Did I speak about Review Tech USA in any negative way? No, I didn't. In fact, I think I even mentioned him. Maybe someone mentioned him on one of my streams or whatever, saying he made a positive video about me, and I was like, oh, great, or whatever. But the point I'm making here is he will literally flip on you on a dime if it's a slow day for him. If he feels that there's nothing for him to talk about, he'll turn on you.
That's you, Phil. If you're getting a slow day, you whale call immediately. Then you start blaming your viewers that they're not supporting, like you're currently doing with Multiverses, because the game is shit. They asked you to play Smash Brothers. You refused. Multiverses came out. You guys asked me to play this. No, they didn't. They asked you to play Smash Brothers. And Multiverses stinks. Nobody likes it because it's just a Smash Brothers clone. If you play Smash Brothers, maybe you'll make some money. You could play it with your fucking viewers, Phil. You're not gonna do that though.
And make a whole negative expose about you, regardless of the fact if it hurts you or not, to get personal gain. All right? Now, over the years, I've been someone who has definitely said that I, in the early days when I was a content creator, did not understand the whole notion of responsibility when you have an audience. And allow me to explain myself. When I started on YouTube, and I was at one of my most prominent parts of my career, I was very popular. I was one of the big gaming content creators on YouTube back in the day over 10 years ago, okay? I would say and do things, all right, that I didn't understand had an impact. I would rail against other content creators and rip them new assholes, right? I would insult mine.
Like you're doing right now, Phil? As you insult Rich? Or Keemstar? Or PewDiePie? That hasn't changed. You haven't changed one bit, Phil. Your last racist segment was just 2 weeks ago when you were talking about the little girl in the game and you were going to sell her to the slave trade, which had nothing to do with the game or anything going on in chat. You haven't changed. You beg for money on a daily basis. You lie to your audience on a daily basis. You're a loser, Phil, and you will always be a loser.
Craft and anyone who played it. All right, that's just a couple examples. But I would say dumb shit, uninformed shit, stuff that I thought, oh, who cares? I'll talk out of my asshole. This is what my viewing audience wants. What I didn't realize is that my actions had consequences because I had a following. There were hundreds of thousands, if not more, people who watched my content back then on a daily basis who took what I said as fact.
You still have that today, Phil. You have a following, and your following consists of handicapped people and children. And you give them legal advice that you know nothing about. You talk about computer hardware that you know nothing about. You try to go over finances that you know nothing about. That hasn't changed, Phil, in the 14 years you've been doing content creation.
I didn't know that, nor did I really care. I didn't feel like there was any personal responsibility for anything that I said or did. Today, I know that things that you can say on the internet have a giant impact on others. And I purposely try to go out of my way to make sure that I don't do fucked up stuff like that that will hurt other people. Now, I still make...
Like you going off 2 weeks ago about selling an African American child to the slave trade. Right? Like, that was just 2 weeks ago, Phil.
mistakes. I'm not perfect. But if you take a look at the Phil from 10 years ago versus the Phil of today, I think you will see a distinct contrast and difference in the way that I behave and the way that I conduct myself in my content, because I'm not trying to actively hurt other people. Perfect example of this.
You actually are, but whatever.
Old Phil would have done whatever and never given two shits about saying or doing something. Just a few months ago, people were urging me to start doing React style content, and before I did a single piece of it, I reached out, right, to Wings of Redemption. And I said, hey man, people want me to react to your Down the Rabbit Hole video. Are you okay with that? Because I don't want to do something that you would feel is going to be harmful to you. I know that what I say and do can have negative repercussions for people all over the internet. And I want to be sure that if I react to this piece of content, that you don't think that it's going to be harmful. And he actually went out of his way and he gave me his blessing and said, go ahead. I actually feel like that's one of the better documentaries done on me. So go ahead and do it. That's what I've learned over the...
That's actually false. He said, get that money. That's what he did. And you made yourself out to look like a complete fucking idiot in those leaked DMs, Phil. You were calling him, hello, sir. Like that. It's Wings of Redemption, Phil. And then you turned around and said, well, if you do an LTG review, you don't have to get his permission. Like, I really hope Evil AJ content strikes you when you do This Is How You Don't Play reaction. I really hope he does, Phil.
years, you know? Be responsible for your actions, all right? Have some feeling of dignity and responsibility. Understand that what you do on the internet matters, and that people will believe what you say, and that people will actually do things based off of what you're saying, even if you intend that or not. Something that I like may lead other people to like it. Something that I say sucks may lead other people to say it sucks, even if they never even try it themselves. You got to understand that you have that kind of clout and that kind of power when you have a following on the internet. Rich has absolutely no fucking concept of this whatsoever, and he doesn't care. He thinks that life is a joke. He does.
Rich has nearly 10 times the following that you do, Phil. 10 times the following.
Again, I don't really bring up Rich at all in my content unless someone brings him up in the chat and I directly respond, or if somehow he brought me up today in his own content, then I'll respond. But in general, I don't give a shit about the guy, all right? Again, 6 years ago, I had my most embarrassing moment ever. Now, that was 6 years ago, right? We all laugh at it. We acknowledge it happened. We moved on. I'm a much different guy than I was 6 years ago. I don't make that kind of content. I'm a totally different person. I'm married now. I really do feel like I've had this transformation, and this is like my second wave of content. Up until 2017, it was old Phil, And now this is a new, more evolved version of myself that you guys have seen over the last 5+ years, okay?
Why can you not pronounce evolved properly, Phil? It's not evolved, it's evolved. Evolved. It's golf, not golf. It's Sasquatch, not sauce squatch. Fuck's sakes.
To Rich, that never happened. In Rich's mind, the one moment of end-all be-all of me is my embarrassing moment, which is why every time he brings me up, he's got a screen capture of that moment behind him on his monitors.
Story time with Uncle Prophet. Now, I know I posted this on Meerkat and Raven Dolphin's Discords. I lost the hearing in my right ear. It's all been corrected now, and I'm fine. So I went to my doctor's office. And my doctor wasn't in, so I had to see the replacement. Okay? The replacement, like, I was wearing my Mortal Kombat hoodie. I have a nice Mortal Kombat hoodie that I wear everywhere. And he's like, oh, I see you play Mortal Kombat. He's like, I play some video games too. And we got to talking, and he started talking about Elden Ring. And I'm like, oh, Elden Ring. I'm like, do you know Darkside Phil? And the doctor turns to me, he's like, isn't he that guy that jerked off on stream? This is a random person on the street, basically, that the reason why Phil is known today, like, to us detractors, there's shit way before that, okay? But to a random person on the stream, he's known as the guy. He jerked off on stream. And that is what you're famous for, Phil.
In his studio, okay? And to me, it's like, dude, do you not understand that at some point in my life, I need to be moving on from my past and say that was the past, that was old Phil, he made mistakes, he did fucked up things. I'm not that guy anymore. I don't want to dwell on it. I don't want to focus in on the negative things of my past. I want to be someone who looks forward towards a positive future because I've changed. To him, none of that matters. It's just that one embarrassing moment forever. That's his mindset. He's got the mindset of a child. He's got the mindset of an immature teenager who snickers and laughs at sexualized humor, who thinks it's funny to make jokes about kissing cocks and sucking cucumbers. He's
as opposed to your scat fetish, racist jokes that you do, or racist comments that you throw out there, Phil. You can't manage money. You manage money like a teenager. Like, you're a million times worse than Rich.
He's got an insanely immature brain. And the thing is, he capitalizes on that by appealing to an immature crowd of viewers. They want to see him do dumb shit.
Phil, your audience is literally mentally handicapped, physically handicapped, or children. People that are more susceptible to coercion and that you can easily con or scam to grab mommy and daddy's credit card and give you money.
And he degrades himself in front of that crowd for profit. He actually publicly states, I'm a LOLCOW, and I will ride that wave of LOLCOWness for personal benefit. Rather than, he doesn't understand, all right?
Phil, you yourself are a LOLCOW. You just won't admit it that that's what you ride for your personal benefit. You are one of the biggest LOLCOWs on the internet, or to have ever existed. Everybody laughs at you.
Right? That he changed from someone who was leaving behind a legacy of constructive, positive, meaningful content to literally a legacy of shit. He doesn't even care. As long as the money is rolling in every day, as long as that ka-ching comes in and it pays his bills, he actually doesn't give two shits about what he puts out there.
Pot, meat kettle. You beg for money to pay your bills. You don't care about the content. You're going to quit multiverses because they won't give you money to play it. So that's how you measure your success, Phil. How much money did I make while I was playing this game? If it wasn't good, it goes from the day stream to the night stream. If it doesn't succeed in the night stream and you don't make money on the night stream, then that game has gone to ban world. And it's wage quit time.
At all. All right? While everyone on Twitch was busy taking their clothes off, jumping in hot tubs, riding giant pickle ricks for money, I was doing the antithesis of that. I was putting clothes on. I was putting on glasses and vests and hats.
So what you're saying is, Phil, you were dressing up like a clown, which you say you don't do. But that is exactly what you do, Phil. So instead of you jumping in a hot tub and making money off your man boobs, you put clothes on and dressed up like a clown or a Nazi dictator. Think about that one, Phil.
I was literally doing the parody, the anti-parody of the fucking sellout bullshit, the lowbrow sexualized nonsense they were doing. I did it on purpose as a way to show you don't have to degrade yourself to be successful. That's the easy way out if you have no fucking talent. That's what you do.
That's actually false, Phil. And we know that's a lie because what you did is somebody asked you on stream about a vest and then you turned that into a monetization scheme. You didn't do it to prove a theory or anything. You did it to make money. And you still do it to make money.
If you have no meaningful content to put out, you do that shit. And it's very popular. But I don't think anyone's going to argue that the people who do that kind of shit are talented. They just prey on the weak. They prey on people who like that kind of shit, right? Admittedly.
Like you prey on handicapped people and children. Right, Phil? Remember, your audience is handicapped people and children. And you prey on them to give them you money.
10 years ago, that was me making the sexualized jokes, right? The racial comedy. That's who I was. But I realized over time that's harmful. That's worthless. It had a place in time. That's in the past.
You're still
it's
doing
time
it.
to move on and become better, right? To Rich, it doesn't matter what he does any day. Right now, if one person offered to pay Rich $10,000 to take a shit live on stream, Rich would drop his fucking pants. Right now, he would do it. Because that's who he is. That's the content creator he is. All right?
No, I don't think Rich would do that, Phil. One, it would get him banned. Right? And then he wouldn't have a revenue stream. So he's not going to do that. You turned down $50,000 from Keemstar because of your ego, your narcissism, and your paranoia. We all know that. It wasn't morals, Phil, because you have no morals. And I'll explain that shortly.
And it's sad, but it's true. He has no limits to where he'll go. To him, life is a joke. Okay? That's fucked up in my opinion. Me, I feel like I have responsibility that I put out meaningful content for you guys. You can come to my streams, have a chill time, have a great time. I'm not Mr. Popular, and I'm okay with that. As long as I have an audience that's focused on my content and likes the kind of stuff that I do, right?
They're not focused, Phil. You're now checking chat like a fucking hawk. Okay? Because if they're not talking about what you're currently talking about, you're timed out or you're banned. Like if they're talking about some new music coming out or a new movie coming out, banned. That has nothing to do with your stream. They shouldn't be talking about that. Whereas on Rich's streams, on my streams, on Peace's streams, we all talk about various shit. Okay? It's good content. It's discourse. It's interaction. And that is something that you do not do.
Then that's great. But the point is, I'm not going to degrade myself for a buck. People have said, why don't you do stunts like Rich does and stuff? No, I'm not doing that.
Degrade yourself for a buck. You'll put on a Nazi hat for a buck. $100. Okay? You'll put on glasses that you should be wearing 100% of the time because you can barely fucking see as it is for $50. And you'll put on a plastic vest for $150. Pot, meat kettle.
That's not who I am as a person. I have to be true to myself and true to my heart and the content that I put out. All right? Now, if you don't believe me, because you might not, all right?
I'm pretty sure that was a Hogan pull. That was a Hogan pull, 100%. Let's go back.
Person. I have to be true to myself and true to my heart and the content that I put out. All right? Now,
Yep, Hogan pull.
if you don't believe me,
Hogan pull.
because you might not, all right? I had a conversation with Review Tech. Okay? This was behind the scenes. It was not a publicized conversation. I'm not going to read it word for word because that would actually be wrong. But I'm going to paraphrase the conversation that I had with him.
It would not be wrong because all Rich is going to do is turn around and show the DMs and then you're going to be called a fool.
Okay? This was random because we were having a conversation completely about something unrelated to anything that we're talking about today. And out of nowhere, he hits me up with a comment saying, dude, you know what you should do? You know that embarrassing moment you had years ago? You should totally put that face on a shirt. And you should sell that shirt for massive profits. Okay? You should. Because you'd really bank on that. And if that were me, and that was what I was known for on the internet, I would do that. Okay? That's what he said. You should sell your O-face on a shirt for massive profits. Out of nowhere, he just says this. It wasn't like it was prompted. We weren't even talking about it. He just says this to me out of nowhere. Okay? Now, I'm not going to read you the entire way that I responded, but to say that I was a little upset would be an understatement. Allow me to explain. Right? Again, as I just explained, I've made 5+ years of my life a concerted effort to change myself from that person who I was in the past and to become a better guy. Both as a person, in real life and also as a content creator. I want to be something better than the mistakes of my past, which is why you see me change a lot.
But I thought you just said you didn't. You didn't want to grow, Phil. Like, Rich was right. You should have owned that shit. You should have used your Teespring at the time, created the t-shirt, and made bank on it. And you didn't. Because you're not good at business, Phil. You have no fucking clue. If you made that, you could have owned that Mimi and you didn't do it. And that's why everybody uses it.
In the last 5 years, and why you've seen my trolls change their focus from my content to, let's try to delve as much into the behind the scenes of his life as possible, because we can't say the same shit about his content like we used to, okay? To give you guys a summary, or maybe I should read this word for word, because this is my half of it, okay? All right. I will read it word for word for what I said, okay? I am upset that Rich keeps fucking putting that face in his content. I feel it's harmful.
How is he reading it word for word without actually looking at it? So he's just lying right now. Like, it's typical Phil. Oh, I can't wait till Rich leaks these DMs, or doesn't leak, but releases the DMs, and it just makes him look like a fool.
I feel that is a reminder of my failures in the past, how a bad person I was or a broken person I was, all right? So allow me to read you what I responded to him with, okay? I'm glad that you've brought this up because I feel we should have a discussion about it. As much as I owned that embarrassing moment when it happened, it also constitutes one of the worst in my life. Behind the scenes, my private life had completely fallen apart. I was living a lie. I was incredibly depressed at that
He isn't reading it word for word. He keeps looking at chat and shit.
time. I've thankfully changed a lot since then, both publicly with my content, but also as a person. When I met my wife, a lot of things changed for me. That moment is definitely something that happened. It's definitely documented history. But it's not the me of today. My wife hates it when people bring that moment up, and she actually gets very sad and upset if it gets brought up on my streams to any kind of...
That's a lie. 100% lie.
lengthy discussion. So as much of a joke as you probably think that moment is, I mean, why else would he put my face all over his streams constantly, right? I've said this right here. I see you literally put my face up on your streams every chance you get. You probably don't realize how insensitive and hurtful that can actually be to people. To me, personally, probably no. But to my wife and others, yeah. You know, she's actually cried a few times.
Yeah, Phil, you always say cats crying, cats crying, cats crying. It's full of shit. You made a comment 2 weeks ago about selling an African American girl into the slave trade. Do you not think that hurts somebody's feelings, Phil, when you said it? Did you not think about that at all?
When she's watching one of my streams and people won't stop bringing that shit up. We have a new life together here, and that's why I don't dwell on my messed up past anymore. I'm not just a person frozen in time from a moment in 2016 when I did something really stupid. And every time that someone brings this up, including you, and you keep referencing that moment, it's like these last 6 years that I made a really tough effort to change and improve myself and my content didn't happen and don't matter. And that's just incredibly unfair to me. So, no, I'm not going to put my face on a fucking shirt, and I even said that, fucking shirt, and I'm not going to make an emote out of that, and I'm not going to reference it constantly in my content.
That's actually a lie. Phil did try to create an emote on Twitch, but Twitch wouldn't allow it because they knew what it represented. So that was denied by Twitch. Phil tried to monetize it. He did. So that's a lie on Phil's part. Now, I want to talk about Kat here really quick, because Phil's going to get into family talk about how, you know, everything upsets Kat. Phil committed adultery with Kat. Okay? Kat was involved with a man in Michigan, Subaru guy, right? He had a YouTube channel at the same time. And Kat was on Twitter, and she had an issue with OBS, and Phil offered to help her out with it, even though Phil doesn't know anything about OBS. And that's how they struck up a conversation. Now, this is where, like I said earlier in the stream, or earlier in the video, that we were going to discuss an issue here with Phil, okay? Now, and this goes into the escort saga. So, at the time, Phil was flying somebody across the United States to be with him in Seattle. This is after Leanna had dumped his ass. Now, what occurred is there was a guy on Kiwi Farms, and the Kiwis actually came to Phil's rescue with this, and basically stated that it was all bullshit. There was no escort. But what Phil was doing is he was using tip money to fly Kat across the country to be with him, and then fly her back to be with Subaru guy. Now remember, she's living with this guy. She's dating this guy. She's been with this guy for years. And Phil and his morals, right? Phil's this big Catholic, this big Christian, right? Is committing adultery. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. But that is exactly what Phil is doing. Now, was that actually what's going on? The detractor theory is that Phil is full of shit, and like the marriage is just a marriage of convenience. Kat had nowhere to go, so Phil said, "You marry me, I'll pay for everything, and you can live here rent-free. You don't have to pay for anything. All your money is yours, and I will pay all the bills. I will pay the mortgage. I'll buy the groceries, and all you have to do is once in a while cook and clean." And Kat probably signed on the dotted line and said, "Sure." Because Kat comes from a broken home. Her mom is a homeless prostitute in Michigan. Her sister Jenna is a homeless prostitute in Reseda, California. What does Kat have to fall back on? Like, Agent Proper leaked her work history. She's had way too many jobs for the amount of years that she's been in the workforce. An insane amount of jobs. But just retail. She has no schooling, right? She's got her high school diploma, that's it. She has no degree, she has no certificate, she has no post-secondary. So Kat has nothing to fall back on. So the only thing that she could do is, you know what, this guy makes $130,000 plus a year. He's offering me a roof over my head. I'll marry him and pretend to be his wife. And that is how that marriage works. Remember, Phil's admitted they don't even sleep in the same bed. They sleep in separate rooms. You really think a 40-year-old husband and wife should be sleeping in separate beds? So that is the history of Kat and the escort saga. So technically, if you want to look at it, Kat was with the guy getting paid by DSP to fly across the country to be with him. The escort saga wasn't far off. It's just that it was Kat and not an actual escort. Something to think about.
It's stupid. It needs to be forgotten because I'm not just that guy that did that 6 years ago. I'm a guy who's coming up on having a 15-year history of content creation, and I feel like I should be remembered for that. Here's his response, and I'm gonna paraphrase it again because God forbid I read it word for word. Everything's humor, life's a joke. Just capitalize it and bank on it. I would do it. I literally just said to the guy,
Phil, Rich is going to leak this, or not leak it. He's going to show the DMs. You're not going to look in a good light. Remember, you're talking about being careful what you say on the stream, and here you are lying on the stream.
this is harmful not only to me and my viewers, but my wife. It hurts my wife's feelings when people act like that's who I am. Rich is like, haha, I don't care. Make a joke out of it, make bank on it. I would do it. He would literally do it anyway and hurt his wife.
The wife that you committed adultery with, Phil. That you flew across the country to be with you. It's not a very good wife, Phil. Once a cheater, always a cheater.
He doesn't care. Okay, so now you've revealed yourself to the world. You don't care about anything. You don't care about yourself. You don't care about your content. You don't care about family members. You know what I mean? I sounded like Howard. I really...
No, you sound like Phil Burnell. You scammed your parents out of money, $5,000 that they were going to send you on a honeymoon. Instead, you used that to get onto your tax plan, which, X to doubt on that, I'm pretty sure from the looks of it, you were already on the tax payment plan. And that $5,000 you just used for gotcha gin and DoorDash. Okay? You scammed Howard and Drambo and Respect the Pack. You called your uncle that had borrowed you money a drug addict, and then he passed away. You were more concerned about losing your rent money on your Connecticut condo when your aunt passed away and accused her of giving you gout. And you shit on Melissa, your adopted sister / cousin. That's you, Phil. You're talking about yourself.
sound like Howard right now in a video that he made about me in 2015. But this is literally directly what he's saying here is I just don't care about anything as long as I get over, I make a buck on it. That's fine with me. You know? That's not me, guys. It's not. That's not who I am.
That is 100% you, Phil.
So you may be wondering, why on earth am I talking about all of this today? All right, I'll tell you why. Because for some weird reason, over the last year, Rich doubled down on the amount of mentions he makes about me. He's started bringing me up regularly in his content now. Like I said, whenever he has a slow night, it's Dark Side Phil night. Let's watch either his own streams or let's watch detractor content about him. It seems like I'm a third of his content. When there's nothing going on, it's Dark Side Phil time. Okay? A year ago, all right?
Now, this was proven to be a lie. King Jad brought this up on stream, and again, King Jad, awesome content creator. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. That didn't happen. King Jad went back through, and I think it's only twice in maybe 4 weeks that Rich has talked about Phil. And that's it.
I was playing Fallout New Vegas as an ongoing playthrough over the summer. He comes on my stream, and he says, Phil, I want you on my show. Now, it wasn't like he just asked me or he emailed me. He starts tossing me like super chats. Of course, was it super chat? Yeah, it was super chats because at that point I was on YouTube, not Twitch, I believe, right? And he's like, I want you on my show. I want to have a segment with you, or I want to have an interview with you, or whatever it was at the time. Who knows? Because it was probably about the latest drama my haters were talking about, right? That's what he wants me on a show for.
This would have actually been great content for Phil's stream. What Phil could have done is said, hey, Richman, what's up? You know what? Come on Discord. Let's chat, involve the audience, and talk about maybe a collab podcast for you, for the two of you. You could have done that, and you could have bounced ideas off your audience. But because it's not just about you, Phil, you didn't want to do it.
All right. To which I responded publicly. I said, if Rich ever wants me in his content, all right, he could contact me via the normal means like a normal fucking human. He could email me and we could talk about it behind the scenes, or he can DM me on Twitter.
He can't DM you on Twitter, Phil. You have everybody blocked, and the only people that can message you are people that you follow. And you do not follow Review Tech USA. So he couldn't contact you on Twitter. And a normal human being would just pick up the fucking phone and call you. Not have to resort to, oh, you must use my business email and only contact me during times when I'm not streaming. But you're never not streaming. And all you do on your day off, instead of off, is drink gin, DoorDash, gotcha pulls, and tweet. So you're never going to respond to anybody.
And we can talk about it behind the scenes, hash it out, but I wouldn't be willing to be in his content unless it was something meaningful. If he feels like I can add to a discussion about being a YouTuber over the years and how it's changed, gaming over the years and how it's changed, anything, you know, something where it's constructive, not it's about Phil's drama and addressing the haters and the toxicity on the internet. I don't want to be to deal with any of that shit. If I don't want to do it in my own shit, why would I want to do it on his show, right?
Because that's all you're known for, Phil. You're not known for playing video games. You're known for creating drama content.
But if ever he had any interest in actually having me in an intelligent discussion, something that I could add to, I'd be down for that. But all he has to do is reach out and contact me, right? In an intelligent way, all right? So what happened? Well, I didn't hear from him for an extended period of time. Then he comes back on a stream kind of saying the same thing. I say exactly the same thing, okay? You know, nothing's changed, all right? Earlier this year, the same thing's happening again. And I'm like, dude, like, we've been here, done that. It's been a year. You've been doing this on and off in my content. I keep telling you, just contact me behind the scenes if you're interested. So eventually, he does actually write me an email. What does the email say? Oh, I'd like you to be on my show, but all it's going to be is open Q&A with viewers. We're going to have everyone just coming in, asking questions, and you got to answer them all. And I was like, where the fuck have you been for the last year? Did you not listen to a word I said? I said if I wanted to address that kind of shit, I would do it on my own show or my own content. Why do I need to come on yours?
But you won't even do that on your own show, Phil. As soon as somebody asks you something in chat or they super chat it, it's deleted and they're banned. You won't allow any discourse on your podcast or on your stream. You just won't. Because you're afraid that you're not going to be able to make the money if you're actually truthful about your situation. That's why you won't do it.
To be standing in front of a shooting gallery of my haters, I don't need to do that. Again, if you have something intelligent you want me to be involved in, great. If not, leave me alone. Okay? He never contacted me again about being in any show of his. Okay? At all. That was the end of that. As if, you know, the interest is gone. Okay? Now, I don't know what else he said publicly, but that's all I know from my end. All right? All of a sudden, he starts showing up on my streams, and this time, he's not asking of anything for me. Okay? He's actually being positive. He's watching me play Castlevania. He's watching me play other games. He's throwing super chats. He's becoming a member of the channel. And he's actually encouraging his viewers to do the same. So you may have noticed that over the last couple of months, there's some newcomers to my streams who you didn't notice before. They weren't.
Now that's going to drop off. Now that this saga has reached its peak, the climax, those viewers are going to drop away because they know what a shithead Phil is, right? And a liar, and a scam artist, and a con man. Those are going to start dropping off, and you're going to see these members' totals fall even further, right? Like we're predicting, he's probably going to be below 400 members, possibly by Christmas. And then what's he going to do?
Around before, right? And you're like, oh, who are these people? Well, they're actually Rich's fans who he turned on to my content. And I've actually talked to a few of these people over the last few days trying to understand Rich's mindset of why he does what he does, because I just don't understand it.
You never talk to any of them, Phil.
You don't play both sides. It's like either you like someone or you don't, but you have an air of responsibility for what you do on the internet. And I'm trying to talk to his viewers like, why would he do the shit that he does, right? So anyway, he just starts doing this positive stuff towards me and my streams, and I'm like, maybe he turned over a new leaf or something. Maybe like he actually realized that all the harmful shit he said about me over the years is just that. All right? But then I start hearing, oh, did you know that Rich tonight, his entire night stream, he had nothing to do. So instead, he watched your detractor videos about you and commented on them. He did what?
Phil, you did that about Wings, and you did that with John and Howard. So how is that any fucking different? So what? He watched a detractor video. June the King and Frederick Knudsen, those are detractor videos. That's exactly what you did. You monetized it and you made money off of it.
What? Why would he do that? Right? Now, guys, I've said this before and I'll say it again. All right? You may not realize this. Okay? You may not realize this. But Rich also is not above reproach. Rich has quite a lot of haters out there who over the years have harassed the shit out of him. All right? To my knowledge,
he's so happy about this point. He is so happy that Rich has trolls. And it's not just him.
They've done horrible things. They've doxed him and his family members. They've done, really messed up stuff that should never happen to any content creator, and he does not deserve that. And as
Phil, you've actively doxed people on stream. PW dubs, right? For one. Okay? You allow Superhound, because the DMs have leaked, to false flag other channels, detractor channels. You allow OIC, another sociopath and narcissist, to dox your own moderators and your own people in chat while playing the detractor community against each other and then running back to you. You have done these things to people, Phil, in your 14-year content creation. Okay? So don't fucking talk about Rich and his trolls when you've done the exact same thing.
bad as he's been to me over the years, bringing me up in negative light, never did he ever deserve any of that shit. Okay? That's fucked up what people do to people on the internet. And I completely rebuke any kind of behavior like that whatsoever. I think it's really, really fucked up that people do that shit. Okay? But the point I'm making...
But it's okay when you do it.
...here is that he knows better because he's seen directly what happens when a negative group of people come towards you on the internet. He's had these horrible things happen to him, okay? So he should know better than to say, oh, tonight I got nothing to do. Let's watch detractor videos about DSP on my stream. Like, wait a minute. You have your own detractors who do horrible things to you, but now you're going to watch videos of detractors of Phil's who do horrible things to him to get content for tonight and make a buck. You don't see the hypocrisy there. You don't.
Do you not see the hypocrisy there, Phil? Because that is exactly what you're doing right now. When you do reaction content, that is exactly what you're doing. You are currently slandering and harassing Rich after Rich harassed and slandered you, and you're monetizing it.
You don't see how that's harmful and how maybe someone should say, hey, wake the fuck up, Rich. You're the biggest hypocrite on the planet. If the same thing's happening to you and you say, oh, this is horrible, don't
There's nobody a bigger hypocrite than you, Phil.
do it to me, but then you promote the shit about someone else that's negative. How do you not understand that, right? Right? So, case in point. The other night he watched a video from someone who over the years has proven that the videos they put out are bullshit. This same person who put out...
How? You're talking about secret here, Phil. Explain to us how it's bullshit when he's just clipping your own channel. Like, explain it to us, Phil. Okay? The entire WWE Champions saga video, the $100,000 brouhaha, is 100% factual. There's not one lie in that video. That's all proven by the bank leaks and the shit that has gone on over the years. And the bank leaks is coming up, and that's going to get really fucking litty. So, stay tuned.
The latest video about me, made a whole series of videos previously about my ex, then about my wife, superimposing a fucking horse's head over her face as a joke, thinking that's funny. Oh, because she deserves that, right? What a nice person on the internet that would do that, right? That's someone who you should give attention to, right?
Yeah, like somebody talking about selling an African-American girl in the slave trade 2 weeks ago, Phil. Versus putting a horse head on your wife because she looks like a horse. Okay, whatever.
This is the guy who covered the escort saga, which was completely debunked as fake, but made a whole fucking video about it as if it was real.
And who debunked it, Phil? Do you want to... Do you want me to tell the audience who did it? The Kiwis. The Kiwis saved your ass, Phil.
Did they ever go back and remove that video and say, oh, sorry, that was actually a joke or a false thing? No, leave the videos up because they're getting views and making money, right? This person is a scumbag. What they do is they take all the conspiracies from all over the internet and put them into a documentary and then put it out as a video to basically get clickbait views. The person's a piece of dog shit, all right? They're horrible. They're a horrible, horrible person to do this to me or anyone, all right? Rich watches it, okay? And by the end of the video, he says publicly to his viewers, oh, well, now that I've watched this, I'm convinced that all the negative things said about Phil in this video are true, so I'm going to cancel my membership publicly on this stream in front of everyone. It's like, what? Now, wait a minute. Seriously. Wait a minute. Let's think about this for a second, all right? Seriously. Even if, as a content creator or a person, you watch that and you're like, okay, I believe it. Maybe I believe it now is true. It's your opinion. That's your right to your own opinion, all right? Even though Rich has all this negative shit constantly said about him on the internet, there's videos just like that about him right now on the internet. He can be watched, and he knows those videos are bullshit, okay? But he decides to watch one about me and treat it like fact, despite the fact this person has put out bunk shit in the past.
Phil, Secret's video is a combination of the bank leaks, which was done by Boof, which is 100% true. It's done with you getting kicked out of the clans, which is 100% true. There's a ton of shit in that video that proves that you have blown tens of thousands of dollars on WWE Champions, let alone the leak from 2 weeks ago where you were caught playing it during the daily wrap. After you told your audience that you don't play WWE Champions, you were playing it on stream. You cannot deny it anymore, Phil.
And there's a track record of them putting out bunk shit. He still watches it and believes it is fact. I mean, I don't know how dumb you can be, but I don't think he's dumb. I think he does it on purpose, right? Even though he knows it's bullshit and he's been through it himself with his own videos about him. I'm going to believe this one because this is going to create drama for me today. So watch this. Now I can pretend like this is the reason why I'm, canceling my membership to Phil publicly in front of all of my viewers. Cancel. Oh, now everyone on the internet's talking about it. Rich canceled his membership to Darkside, Phil and DSP Gaming. Oh, you see, he believes all the slander about him and blah, 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 blah. Does it really matter? No. But what it does, it creates a world of shit for me. Because now, for the last week, I got trolls coming on my stream, right? And they're coming and they're harassing me, and they're making public statements. Rich canceled his membership. You're a piece of shit. Even Rich believes the slander about you. Even Rich, they don't say slander, they say facts. Even Rich believes that about you and blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't understand that his actions have consequences. For me, not him.
For me, do you not realize that your actions have consequences, Phil? When you give somebody improper legal advice on your stream, or you lie about some kind of situation that you're in, do you not realize that that has consequences? Think about that, Phil.
Okay? The best way for me to get back at Rich would be right now to say, guys, today I'm canceling all my content. We are not going to make any gameplay today. We're going to go on the internet and we're going to watch negative videos about Review Tech US.
Do it. Do it, Phil, as a reaction video. I bet you fucking Rich would love that shit. 100% Rich would be like, go for it. Do it. Make that cheddar, son. Rich would do it. Rich would not have a problem with you doing it. You did it with Wings. You did it with John and Howard. Do it with Rich, Phil. You're saying Rich is the biggest hypocrite on the planet, yet that's exactly what you've done. You're a hypocrite.
We're going to watch every one back to back, and I'm going to react to them. The Review Tech USA Negativity Marathon event here on DSP Gaming. It would get record views. I would make bank. All right? I would probably have a record-breaking fundraising day. I'd probably make enough.
You can't fundraise, Phil. That's against YouTube TOS. You're not a charity. Remember, you break TOS on a daily basis, and you skirt by because you're the pig roach. If you guys can't tell, I'm getting tired here.
To buy a PC and then some. All right? I know it because negative.
Sorry about the pause, really quick pause here. Phil, you could buy that PC. I proved you could buy it. If you saved tips for a week, you could buy a new PC.
Negativity and toxicity sells on YouTube. If it didn't, Keemstar wouldn't exist, and Review Tech wouldn't be profitable on YouTube. He'd be a
Neither
failure.
would DSP Gaming.
That's why he quit being a reviewer of tech and became this kind of a person. All right? But that's not.
And that's why you are doing it, Phil. You know it makes money because you made bank when you did the Wings of Redemption reaction video.
Not me. I'm sorry. And if you, why are you trying to be high and mighty? You want to know why? Because I believe I'm better than that. All right? I do. I believe I'm a better person than to sit here and shit on someone all day for personal gain. Even if I.
John and Howard, your parents, your dead uncle, your dead aunt, your adopted cousin / sister, Rich, Wings of Redemption, Keemstar, PewDiePie. You want me to continue, Phil?
I can say with the premise, well, I don't know if all these videos are true or not. You know, even giving public attention to said negativity is hurtful to that person, which is why I asked Wings of Redemption first before I reacted to his Down the Rabbit Hole. Rich does not care about anyone. That's why he does what he does. That's why.
And Phil does not care about anyone. And that is why he does what he does.
Why he keeps bringing me up. Because he feels like I'm the bulletproof guy who's going to be able to survive it no matter what. He looks at Darkside Phil and he says, man, Phil's had trolls copyright strike the fuck out of his channel. He survived. He's been swatted. He's been doxxed. He's been kicked off.
The swatting? I'm going to do a video on that, and I actually have two buddies that may come onto the podcast, or not podcast, but the video that I'm going to do, because we're going to go into, they work for the Edmonton Police Department. And we're going to go over proper procedures for clearing a house, which those police officers did not do. And there's so much shit that I call into question with the swatting that, and this is just me talking here, the swatting was all bullshit and it was staged by Leanna and Phil. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Off of every network, he's been kicked out of streaming here or there. He survived the YouTube adpocalypse. He's the rock against which the waves crash.
Technically, you didn't survive the YouTube adpocalypse, Phil. You lost your AdSense because you got fired from Curse, so you ran to Twitch because you couldn't make money on YouTube anymore. You then scammed AdSense by using probably Leanna's name. Probably, my theory is you created names or accounts for AdSense on under your parents' name, and then monetized your channels, and that's why you've now lost that monetization. Now only DSP Gaming is monetized, and when you lose that, you're fucked.
And he's still here. Phil will not go away no matter what I do, so I can just do whatever I want. Rich, you're fucked up in the head. You're a bad person. You are.
Phil, you're fucked up in the head. You're a bad person. You monetize dead relatives. I've never seen Rich monetize. Well, I lie. He did monetize a dead relative. I think twice. Yeah.
Because you don't care about the misery you cause me and others. It's not just me. I'm sure others have been the subject of misery because of you. I'm here to tell you today, Rich, because I know you're watching this. Let's not joke about it. You're watching this. You can't fucking help yourself. This is you. You are drama, okay? You've hurt me.
Phil, do you not think you've caused misery to your parents, to Leanna, to Respect the Pack, and others? Over the scams you've pulled on them over the years, over using them to make money? Do you not think that is exactly what you have done?
Me and my family with your actions. You have. It's not just about me and my business. It's about me and my family. You hurt us because you don't care.
You don't have a family,
Phil.
Okay? What you have is a roommate and your fucking cat. That is all you have. You do not have a family, Phil. And that cat's not even yours. The cat belongs to fucking cat. That was weird, actually. Okay? You do not have a family. Put it that way.
You. All right? How can I put this? All right? As unpopular as I am, as much of a joke of the internet as I am, all right? And as financially troubled and strapped as I am, all right? I'm happy. I am. I'm actually happy. And
You're not happy, Phil, okay? You're coping. Is what it's called. It's called coping. Okay, you're stressed out every day because you spend all your money. You don't have money to pay bills. You're in a loveless marriage. You have no retirement. Your channel is failing. Everybody's making content about you. Everybody's laughing at you. You are not happy. You can't even leave your apartment because you're scared that if you leave your apartment, something's going to happen to you. Or your apartment, your condo. That's how tired I am right now.
I can say that. I can sit right here and say that to the internet. I can say I'm happy with my life. I'm married to the woman who's the one person in my life I've ever felt this way about. And we're going to have a beautiful life together no matter the ups and downs or whatever we go through, right? It's an amazing feeling, all right? I love what I do for a job, okay? I do. I absolutely love every fucking minute of it, all right? It's not that I have to, oh, God, there's nothing to do today. Let's open up a negative video. I love what I do because I don't have to do that. There's enough positivity and content. If anything, this year, all right, I've shown I can do whatever the hell I want. I can clean out my fucking closet. And I have a positive viewership who loves me for who I am and my personality and enjoys doing.
So you're admitting that you can scam your viewers by cleaning out your closet and hiding shit from them that you're pulling out of the closet, like the Lemon PC. You can do what you want and make money. That is very, very disgusting, Phil, that you can scam your viewers and make money off of them. You can make comments about selling people into the slave trade and make money off of it. You can break YouTube TOS by holding fundraisers and GoFundMes because that's against the YouTube TOS. You can lie to the IRS. You can lie to bankruptcy courts. And you think that is all right?
Doing anything with me. All right? I don't have to pull stunts to get any kind of positivity out of my viewers. All right? I don't have to take my shirt off. I don't.
You ask for $50 to put on glasses. You ask for $100 to put on a hat. You ask for $150 to put on a vest. That is called stunts, Phil. You hold marathons cleaning out your closet. That's a stunt. You do reaction content on other LOLCOWS. That's a stunt. That is exactly what you do, Phil. That is how you make your money.
I don't have to suck a cucumber. I don't have to kiss a cock. I don't have to watch a negative video to run a business. I can do
Wings of Redemption, John and Howard. Those are negative videos, Phil. And you're going to be doing another one here shortly.
fun, positive things and still run a business. Do you see the difference between you and me, Rich?
Yes, Rich is more successful than you. He runs his business better. He's got 10 times the amount of subscribers that you do. He makes way more money off of YouTube ad revenue because he gets more views on his content than you do. He gets more money from members because he has a higher membership count than you do. He has a successful Patreon. He's on Cameo. He's on Twitch. And here you are, stuck for begging for change on YouTube. And that is your only revenue stream. Well, that and Patreon, but you've been forced to support your Patreon.
You understand? You wanted to review tech, and you can't. You're a failure at what you wanted to do. You had to degrade yourself in order to be successful. And you're much more successful than me. And that's okay, because I'm happy with what I do, and I can sleep at night.
But you're degrading yourself, Phil, because you're now doing reaction drama content. The same reaction drama content that Rich is doing. So don't kid yourself, Phil. You're doing what Rich has done. You can no longer play games because you're horrible at them. You lie about netcode that you don't understand. You lie about the games being unfair and or cheating. So now you're doing these hour and 46 minute long, like 2 hour long fucking podcasts. Then you play games for 2 hours and you fuck off and then laugh if you got $150.
Knowing that at the end of the day, all right, what I put out on the internet is not harmful to anyone and probably gave meaning. Because every day I get people telling
harmful and gave meaning. Selling a girl into the slave trade.
me, man, I really enjoyed your stream today. Whether it was a nostalgic throwback to a game you played from my childhood, reviewing a new game that just came out, just having a conversation with us. This is great content, and I absolutely love this, right? I love this. And that's what means something to me.
Like playing Castlevania and using save states because you suck at the game? That's meaningful? Yeah, okay.
All right? It's tough. Let me tell you, it's tough financially. Rich made a point in his video. He says, I don't understand. Phil's been having financial problems for 10 years. If his followers keep giving him support, why does he keep having financial issues? Allow me to
brace yourselves. The bank leaks sperg is coming.
Explain that, because I have explained it publicly a million times, but people don't listen to the explanation. Instead, they make up their conspiracy, okay? When I moved across the country 7 years ago, at this point 8 years ago, I overspent dramatically.
Okay. We can debunk all this. Phil began overspending on credit cards back even before he moved to Washington, to Seattle, to Renton, okay? He was blowing money on fucking action figures and statues, and then he was maxing out credit cards. He even admitted when he was working for Best Buy, when he scammed Best Buy out of PlayStation 2s so that he could run his underground fighting tournaments, he was taking out and maxing out credit cards to fly to EVO tournaments. That's how he bankrolled the 2005 fourth place win, if you can call it that. It's not even top 3, Phil. So he was already in massive debt prior to moving to Washington. Now, moving to Washington, yes, he took out by the end, after Washington, he had 13 credit cards in his name. He had maxed them all out buying furniture and toys for him and Leanna, and had absolutely, I guarantee you, the bankruptcy wasn't some spur of the moment thing. Phil probably knew that he was never going to be able to pay any of this back, and that all he was going to do was announce bankruptcy and get away scot-free. He knew he was going to do this. This wasn't something that just happened one day. He woke up in the morning and said, I can announce bankruptcy and get debt-free. No, this was planned. He knew what he was doing. He knew he can scam the credit card companies, and that's exactly what he did. And I'm going to be pausing here right and left, so bear with us.
Put myself into a huge financial problem. I was assuming I was going to make the same amount of money I always made, and that didn't happen for various reasons. Ad revenue dipped on YouTube.
You lost your ad revenue because you got fired from Curse, and then you in turn lost your AdSense because it was currently banned at the time.
Popularity waned on YouTube.
Your popularity waned on YouTube because you deleted all your videos, because you got caught using copyrighted content, because you pissed off a viewer that was making all your content for you, and in turn you deleted your videos, losing all the analytics and getting kicked out of the algorithm.
And trolls struck the shit out of DSP Gaming with copyright strikes, making this channel lose a ton of attention and viewership.
That is false. That is, again, you deleting your videos when you didn't have to. You fought those copyright strikes and you won. Then you turned around and said, shit, I should just delete all the videos just in case this happens again. That was your fault, Phil, not trolls. You made a bad decision.
That used to be depended upon for income. All right, my income went ooh, like this over the course of 2 years. I had to start relying on Patreon. I had to start relying on
your Patreon. You scammed your viewers in to try to do a Project 7 reboot when you moved, because you knew that you can scam them for money. You ended up scamming them for $1,300 and then didn't deliver. You almost lost your Patreon then. Now you were trying to say that you were going to use your Patreon as a GoFundMe until I reported you to Patreon, and then they forced you to support it again.
other things. I couldn't make ends meet anymore. All right? Then when it seemed like things were actually getting better because I was starting to get control over them, in 2017 I found out my tax attorney was doing everything wrong.
That's a lie, because your tax attorney does not file your taxes. You only have a tax attorney in case you get in trouble with the IRS. Otherwise, it's an accountant. Now, your accountant knew what was going on. You just falsified your documents, is what you did, Phil. Do not lie, okay? Because the accountant, if the accountant never watched this video and you leaked that you were using that Kroger accounting in fucking Renton, they could turn around and sue you for defamation, okay? You did not report your taxes. You were not reporting your tips, which is because of the bankruptcy. We actually know that you weren't reporting your tips. You were only claiming $5,000 a month in revenue that you were getting from Twitch and YouTube. You were not reporting your tips, which is why the judge asked for all the information on your 3 PayPal accounts that was discovered during the bankruptcy. So you were trying to hide money, claiming that you were not making $9,000 to $10,000 to $15,000 a month. You were only making $5,000 a month, which was a lie, which led into even more lies when you were saying you didn't have any electronics in your home or that you didn't even have a pet. Okay? That is a lie. Your accountant knew what he was doing. He was just provided with the wrong information.
My tax guy had not been doing my state income taxes at all properly, and I owed thousands upon thousands of back taxes to the state of Washington. So not only
$17,000, that is what he owed, supposedly. I think it's a lot more than that, because he should have been paid off this year, I think is what Peace. Don't quote me on that, Piece of Peace. I believe he should have been done with that already.
was I already in insane amounts of debt from overspending moving out here, but I also was in insane debt because I owed taxes I didn't even know about. All right? Now, 2 years ago, I declared bankruptcy. I was granted bankruptcy. All right?
You got lucky because you lied to the bankruptcy court countless times. You had to do 5 amendments that are publicly available because you kept lying on your bankruptcy. Again, you said you didn't have any electronics in the home. You don't have a fridge. You don't have a stove. That's not business related. Okay? You said you didn't have a pet. You said you were only making $5,000 a month, which is a lot more money than most people make, Phil. And you can't survive on that because your business expenses were $5,000 a month. That's your fault because you owed all those back taxes. Okay? You got caught, but you got lucky and you got away with it. Now you have your negative credit. You can't get a credit card, which you're going to lie about here shortly.
All that debt, the unsecured debt, luckily went away except for the things that are secured, like my mortgage and my car loan. That's not going to go away. The problem is I have all these tax issues that are not resolved because I never had the money to pay them off. They put me on payment plans. They put me on...
You had the money to pay it off. You just chose not to, Phil. You make $130,000 a year. You can't put $1,000 aside each month, which is $12,000 a year, and then pay off your $17,000 worth of taxes within a year and a half. You couldn't do that. You chose not to pay it, Phil. Instead, it was Gin, DoorDash, and Gotcha.
On agreements, and every time it looks like, oh, I'm getting to a better position, something fucks me over. So I don't need to go through every example, but I'll just give you an example from last year. Last year,
here we go.
Someone stole my identity. They found a way to get access to a site they shouldn't have had access to. They then decided to take money from me.
This is a lie. And we can prove this is a lie. This is Boof, the guy that was able to get a hold of Phil's bank account information. Now, how was he able to do this? Okay. Now, we know for a fact that Phil did not have the $9,000 that he claims Boof stole from him. That's a lie. Phil only had $148.90 in his account, and then he was paying a $64 late fee. So that means he only had he only had $84 in his bank account. Now, how did Boof get a hold of his account? Well, simple. Phil had doxed his himself. His look, Leanna and her big tits. Phil doxed his social security number. It's a 9-digit code in the United States. Okay, the first 6 digits were available, meaning Boof only had to use a random number generator to get the last 3. This is Phil's fault. Now, is what Boof did illegal? Yes. But Boof did not steal any money. What did Boof do? Boof tried to... we know what he did. Boof ended up basically using random number generator, got his social security number, ended up being able to access a credit report on DSP, as you can see here, his mortgage statement, his Experian credit report, and then gain access to all the purchases that Phil had made since 2019. This basically proved that Phil was lying the entire time, and he was overspending on a lot of things, right? He pays an outrageous amount on his phone bills, okay? Why he pays on an iPhone 6 in 2019 $300 or 200 and some bucks a month is beyond me. He's got his 2 internet lines, which he doesn't need, and he overpays on that. He was blowing money on WWE Champions. Look at this, $8,225. Right, he was spending more money on that than he was spending on his mortgage. Okay, so Is what Booth did illegal? Yes. Okay? Now, the way Phil makes it out is that he stole money. He stole, and you're gonna hear it here right away that he stole $3,000 and $3,000 and $3,000. Phil doesn't have. This is the only bank account Phil has. This is the only account, plus his 3 PayPal accounts, but those are always empty because he just transfers the money for gotcha pulls. He only had $148 minus $64 for a late fee because he wasn't paying his mortgage on time again, right? And this is a common trope that you see within the bank leagues, that Phil does not pay bills on time and then it just ends up paying a late fee. But no money was stolen from Phil. We have all that information. Booth did try to apply for a credit card in Phil's name, but he couldn't because of the negative credit that Phil has. Phil cannot get a credit card because of the bankruptcy. All right? So what Phil's going to tell here, and again, Phil's going to go into something else that I'll touch base on right away.
Okay? Thousands of dollars. This was not like, we fucked around. $3,000, $3,000, $3,000. Oh, fuck. Now I have no money. So now I have to contact my financial institution. I have to contact everyone around me. Every account has to be closed. Everything has to be done from scratch. And it took a long time. It took 2 to 3 months.
This is a lie. Okay, and we know it's a lie. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys a story here. Another story time with Uncle Profit. Many years ago, working for the same company that I am now, I think it was 6-7 years ago, I was a victim of identity theft. A buddy of mine from work and I would go to an A&W restaurant once in a while close to work. And our cards got hit by a skimmer. And what is a skimmer? Well, if you don't use an RFID blocking wallet, I do now. I use a Ridge wallet. Ridge, if you want to sponsor me, that'd be great. If you have your tap activated, they can walk by with a skimmer and then take money and get information off of your card, which is exactly what they did. So one day at lunchtime, we were going to go get Tim Hortons here in Edmonton. And went to go to Tim Hortons and our cards wouldn't work. I couldn't get anything out. I tried my credit card. I tried my debit card. It wouldn't work. Got back to the shop, called my bank, and they're like, oh, yeah, we put a hold on your account. But we notified me. They were like, why did you put a block on my account? Well, we have showed some unauthorized payments in Florida. And I'm like, what? So then I logged into my bank account. They gave me a new password. I logged into the account. It was still frozen. But I was showing multiple $250, $250, $250. They were able to raise my credit limit to $40,000 on my credit card. And they basically emptied my bank account and filled my credit card. This was on a Friday, right? So I have Saturday and Sunday that I usually don't work. I got to do grocery shopping and stuff like that, and I couldn't do it. So what did the bank do? They offered me a credit card for $5,000 that I could use in the meantime to pay bills and get groceries, stuff like that. I turned that down because at the time I had my parents to fall back on, right? And so they borrowed me money to buy groceries and stuff. So I did that. That following Monday, I took the morning off of work. I went into the bank, got everything squared away. I was there maybe 30 minutes. I had the money returned to me. I had my credit card returned to me. And then I redid some stuff to make my payments lower. So it was good, right? Again, that only took 1 day, max. If it happened during the week, I could have got it done during the week, right? But because it was the weekend, my bank is closed. So I couldn't get it fixed, okay? So what Phil is saying here is full of shit. And it's going to get even more full of shit here right away. So let's just keep listening.
Of work and extra thousands of dollars to repair the damage that they did, okay?
Now, that is a lie. When you're a victim of identity theft, you do not pay to get the identity theft fixed. That is a lie. Okay, and Phil's done this, and people have told Phil in his own chat when this actually happened that he was lying. You had bankers in his chat. Even Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law here on YouTube said that Phil was lying. He was full of shit. That's not how it works.
I had to freeze my credit report and basically say, what do they call it? They put a warning on it that says, do not grant this guy credit because if it's him, it's not him, and shit like.
No, Phil, you can't freeze a credit report, Phil. The credit report is just a credit report. Okay? You can't get a credit card because you are bankrupt. You announced bankruptcy. That's going to be with you from 7 to 10 years before you can actually start to rebuild credit.
Like that. So all this happened last year.
See, he's watching chat like a hawk again because he knows he's lying, and he's checking to see if anybody's calling him out. And there's moderators in Phil's chat this morning. Phil made sure there was moderators there that could ban people.
Now, I'm not going to talk about it publicly because it's fucked up and I don't want it to happen to other people. And quite frankly, it was a really fucked up time and it was really stressful for me, but I got through it. All right. But this is the point I'm making is what happens when all that shit's going down? Oh, now it's strike when the iron is hot, right? Oh, we know something fucked up's happening to Phil, so let's put out a bunch of slanderous and nonsense about him on the internet to double down on the negativity against him when he's already down. Now, do you think I'm going to address any of that shit? Of course I'm not. In fact, lawyers told me not to. I was.
This is a lie, and Phil knows that's a lie, and you can tell because he's looking to the right, okay? And that's a tall tale sign when somebody's lying. If they're looking to the right, they're making it up. If they're looking to the left, they're using memory. Now, if Phil went to a lawyer, what they would do is you need to file a police report, and Nick Riquet to touch base on this. Without a police report, a lawyer will do nothing for you. They can't help you, okay? A crime has to be committed for them to help you. Now, Phil made up a lie, a big story about how he went to the police and they refused to help him, which is bullshit, okay? There's cyber divisions. Phil said they don't have... the police are so far behind in times that they can't fight internet crimes. Yes, they can. That's why this is called cyber divisions, Phil. Cybersecurity. That's exactly what they do. Phil did not file the police report. The Kiwis looked into it. Nobody could find a police report because it's public knowledge. Therefore, Phil did not talk to a lawyer. So that is a 100% lie. Now, at the time, Phil was begging for money for a $1,500 lawyer fee, but that had to do with the foreclosure on the Connecticut condo. Phil was trying to make it look like it had to do with the identity theft, because we know that at the same time, the foreclosure on the Connecticut condo that Phil probably had to pay a lawyer to deal with because he was being sued by MidFirst over the foreclosure on the Connecticut condo that he abandoned. So that's why there was probably a $1,500 charge to a lawyer.
Told legally, do not address the specifics of anything these people are saying because all it's going to do is hurt you further because of the shit that people find out and then use that to fuck with you. Okay?
But the lawyers are telling you not to say anything, Phil, but you're now talking about it. That's, again, why it's a lie. It X'd out.
So, it's hilarious because these idiots are basically now trying to counter what I'm saying in the stream chat, saying I'm lying or saying, whatever. I don't care what they say.
See? Everybody's calling him out. His own chat is calling him out that he's lying. And they know he's lying.
I know what I went through last year. All right? But this is the point I'm making. Every time it looks like, oh, here we go. I'm getting back on my feet. Oh, the tax guy didn't do your taxes right for several years. Okay, so 3 years pass. I work through it. I get the bankruptcy declared. Things are looking better. Oh, now all your information's stolen and everything's fucked up. And now you can't pay stuff for 2 months. And now everything's ruined again for you. And now you're behind again. And this just keeps happening. I haven't had a set of years here where people won't stop fucking with me. So because of that, this thing keeps happening over and over.
Then be a better person, Phil. Okay? You're refusing to change who you are. You're a con man, you're a scam artist that preys on the handicapped and children. Okay? You say you're not a children's entertainer, but you're playing Toy Story 3. Right? So if you don't want people digging into your life, stop bringing up your fucking life on your streams. Increase the quality of your streams. Do better as a person. But you choose not to. You choose to lie. And you're going to use the excuse that I lied to protect my family, which you do not have.
Over and over again, and I can't get back on my feet. Right now, I don't have debt per se, like you would think. I don't have credit cards and shit. I have tax issues because I can't afford to catch up with my back taxes because every time I try, something fucked up happens and now I'm behind.
You can afford to catch up on the back taxes, Phil. You just choose not to. As per the bank leaks, which are 100% true because you've admitted to it, you would rather spend more money on iTunes credits for WWE Champions, DoorDash, and Gin then correcting your mistake. That $50,000 that Keem offered you to come and do that fucking LOLCOW podcast would solve all your problems. You would have paid off your $17,000 tax debt. You would have had $33,000 left over to do with what you please. You could have got an aircon unit put into your condo for $3,000, $4,000 right there. Now you have central air. And you don't have to complain about the temperature in the office anymore. Right? You can buy the new vacuum cleaner. You can fix the washroom. There's tons of stuff that you could have done with that money to better yourself. You could have invested a portion of it and saved for retirement or put it into a 401k. Instead, you're just going to wait for your parents to croak so you can get their inheritance that you're going to fight Melissa for.
On everything again. And this is the situation I'm in every single month. Okay? That's why I live paycheck to paycheck. There's your explanation. By the way, this is not new information. This is information I've talked about over and over, but people ignore it. Much like people like to ignore the factual evidence that I was ever good at Street Fighter. There's documented evidence of it. It's all over the internet. Tournament results. Oh, Phil was never good at Street Fighter. Despite
You placed 4th place at EVO in 2005 in a Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter that the pros refused to play because it was trash. That is the only Street Fighter tournament that you actually placed in. We have documented evidence that you uploaded yourself of playing a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 money match where you lost nearly $500 at the arcade and got laughed out of the fucking place. Okay, you beat Justin Wong with Balrog once. Okay, play Justin Wong again. You don't want to play LTG. You picked a fight with Jahan Viscant and then hid in the fucking washroom. You got kicked out of the FGC because you were a toxic, hateful individual. And they don't want you there. You claim this Tekken tournament that you probably bought the trophy at some pawn shop. Because there's no evidence of this Tekken tournament, whatever, because you won it at some local arcade, supposedly, when you were like, I don't know, 16, 17. There is really no proof of you being a good Street Fighter character. At most, or character, player. Like, I'm really tired, guys. It's like, what, 10:30 my time? I gotta be up at 4. Like, you're a mediocre player at best. And then whenever you're getting your ass kicked, it's netcode, it's lag, it's dropped inputs, it's dropped frames of animation, when you don't understand any of that terminology whatsoever. And I will be doing a netcode video. So stay tuned.
the fact there's 3 years of evidence that he was winning tournaments, he was never good at Street Fighter. This is what people on the internet do. They selectively discredit facts and selectively entertain conspiracy to create drama. They then profit off of said drama. And when you, Rich, watch that drama on your stream, say you believe it, cancel your membership to my channel, what do you think happens? Do you think that helps me to get back on my feet? Or do you think now I got to deal with another world of shit because you're an irresponsible person? All right?
An irresponsible person. You're bankrupt, Phil, because you maxed out 13 credit cards. Is Rich bankrupt? No. Rich basically tried to use you to make money. It didn't work, so he left. That is the story of Review Tech USA and DSP Gaming.
So, allow me to adjourn this little shindig because I'm getting tired of it at this point, okay? Allow me to end this definitively, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the most embarrassing moment of my life happened 6 years ago. It's well documented. It's never going away. It will probably haunt me for the rest of my life. But I like to feel that I moved on from that. I've been a better person. I'm a better content creator, all right? I do my best to ignore this type of drama, and I just try to stay in my lane, all right? Sometimes I falter and I fail, but I like to believe that that's my past, all right? That was my most embarrassing moment. There will never be another moment in my life more embarrassing than what happened 6 years ago. Okay? Every single time Review Tech USA turns on his stream, is the most embarrassing moment in his life. Because every time he gets in front of his camera to make content, all right, he has no responsibility. He has no integrity. He's not doing anything positive for the world.
Phil, that's you again. You're projecting, okay? You slander game developers like Harada and Neil Druckmann. You shed on games and like netcode developers like was it Tony Cannon? Right? You beg for money, you lie to your viewers, you come up with fake medical scams or stuff that's gone wrong in your home that you need money for, or like you need help paying your back taxes. Right? You shit on your family, you shit on your friends. And again, 2 weeks ago, you're going to sell a girl into the slave trade. How does that help the world, Phil? What are you doing? You are somebody that doesn't give to charity. You refuse to give to charity because you yourself are a charity case.
All he cares about is himself. Every time that he actively decides to suck a cucumber, kiss a cock, take his shirt off for $1, he shows...
As opposed to you charging $50 to put on glasses, $100 to put on a Nazi hat, or $150 to put on a plastic vest.
Showing you what he actually thinks about himself, his content, and his viewer base. He doesn't care at all. He's an embarrassment to the fucking internet. He is nothing...
Phil, you're an embarrassment to your parents. You jerked off on stream. You beg. Your mom asked you to come up with a 10-year plan, and you basically said, "No, bitch, give me $5,000. You actually did that, Phil.
But a discount store Keemstar. And he really wishes that he were Keemstar, but he knows he never will be. So instead, he rides the LOLCOW train. Oh, everyone says I'm a LOLCOW, so I'll buy into that to make $1, right? How about instead of that, you have a lick of decency, honesty, integrity, self-fucking respect.
Pot. Kettle.
And you put out some content that helps someone. You ever thought of that? Instead of, oh, I got nothing to do today, let's watch negative shit about people all over the internet and make $1 at their expense. How?
That's a marathon, Phil, for you. Right? Shit on John and Howard. Shit on Wings of Redemption. Shit on your parents. Shit on anyone. Just to make a quick buck. And that's exactly what you're doing with your Level 1 podcast right now.
How about you stop being a fucking public embarrassment? Because that's exactly what you fucking are. Listen, I'm way down here on Level 1. Way below you and everyone else. But I can wake up in the morning and say, man, I'm going to have a good day.
Phil, you wake up at 11:30 in the morning. Your stream starts at 11:45. You roll out of bed in your Sonic pajamas because you don't have a job. Then you get on stream and you beg for money, you lie, you slander, and you harass. What you're doing right now is against YouTube TOS. When you attack another content creator or somebody on your stream, like you're doing now, that is a community guideline violation. And that's a bannable offense. This is why you got kicked off of Twitch. Hateful slurs. Not racial slurs, but hateful slurs.
I'm going to have a fun day with my viewing audience. We're going to have meaningful content, and we're just going to write it out and have a good time. And I know that by the end of today, I won't have to hurt a single person, and I'll still have fun and make a living doing it. You have to degrade yourself. You have to make negative content to make a living because you failed.
Phil, you failed. You got kicked off of Twitch for hateful slurs. You lost your AdSense account because you broke TOS. You got fired from every single fucking job you've ever had because you either stole, you stalked women, or you did random shit that got you canned. Okay? You are worse than Rich because you are doing the exact same fucking content that Rich is doing. Okay? You're reacting to Wings of Redemption. You're reacting to John and Howard. you're doing the exact same content. It's not meaningful. It's not good. It's not helping anyone.
As a content creator, it doesn't matter how many subs you have. It doesn't matter how many dollars roll in for you. You're a failure in life. Deal with it.
Failure in life. He has not announced bankruptcy. Who is the failure in life, Phil? I'm looking right at him.
And leave my name out of your mouth forever. I don't ever want to hear you say Dark Side Phil again. I'm done with you. You understand? Done. You're never going to be addressed in my content again. You're a joke. You're lower than Keemstar. You're lower than the low because you don't give a fuck about who you.
This is bullying, Phil, and we're going to do this right now.
Leave my name out of your mouth forever. I don't ever want to hear you say Dark Side Phil again. I'm done with you.
And here we go. That is a reportable offense, Phil. That is called bullying, harassment, something that you claim gets done to you on a daily basis, but you in turn do that to people on a daily basis.
You understand? Done. You're never going to be addressed in my content again. You're a joke. You're lower than Keemstar. You're lower than the low because you don't give a fuck about
Phil,
who you.
He's not lower than you. You're at the bottom of the fucking barrel, Phil, because you're still on mission 1.
Hurt to get by. Well, you fucked with the wrong guy because I'm not here to be the butt of your fucking joke anymore. Go ahead and do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you, but just understand something, all right? I, in my mind, am better than you because I don't have to be like you to be happy.
In your mind, Phil, remember that. Not in reality. In your mind, you are better than Rich. But in reality, you are not.
And that's all I have to say about that.
So with that said, guys, I want to thank you all for watching. If you like the content, please like and subscribe. Again, Friday night, I'll be doing another Fight Night restream. I got to be up in 5 hours for work. Maybe I should just call in sick tomorrow and take the day off. But I can't. So, again, guys, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.